welcome to everyone. I'm so glad to see such good participation and such a big crowd today. Again, it's virtual, but the advantage of that is I can show you a lot of things that maybe we might not be able to do in person, and we can certainly invite and enjoy participation from people from all over the place that may not have been able to travel. So there's the advantage of that as well. So again, I'm in Bourbon County. I keep about 25 hives, and I do hail from Eastern Kentucky, so I'm really excited to be able to promote beekeeping, especially in Eastern Kentucky and all over the state. And knowing that we have people here from a lot of other places, I would invite anyone to join Kentucky State Beekeepers. It's not just for Kentucky, so it is something that we would like to promote to anyone that's interested. So our main venue of communication is our website. So I am going to share my screen and just kind of give you a little tour of our website and how to take advantage of all of the resources that KSBA offers. So I will mention too that we're really an all volunteer organization. We do try to, we actually have two. We have the Kentucky Agriculture Grant that helps to pay for some of the Certified Kentucky Honey program. And we also have a small stipend that we can use for IT to try to keep our website going. And we have a great IT guy that does a lot of this. So that's our primary mode of communication. So I just wanted to make sure to show you how to do this. Can you all see my screen here? Is that coming up there? Okay, okay,
yes,
good.
Jessica, you're good.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to give a little tour of our site. I will mention that membership in KSBA is only $15 a year. So we try to give as much benefit as we can, as affordably as we can, because we want this to be a resource for everyone. So our primary goal is to support the local associations, but we also want to make sure that individual beekeepers can get information here as well. So given that, we've got, if you go over to our website is kybees.org, and I'll put that in the chat here in just a little bit too. But so kybees.org, and this is our landing page. So I'm just going to kind of quickly go over a few of the advantages we've got here. So we do have a map of local associations. So something here that we offer is you can pull this map up. And if you're interested in, if you're not aware of who your local association is, or, even if you're visiting and want to visit an association meeting, you can go in and click on any of these tags here. If you click that, that brings up Frankfort, capital city beekeepers. It tells you a contact there if you want to try to contact the person. And again, I would mention, as Tammy said, a lot of these groups are still meeting in virtually. So if you're not sure if they're meeting in person, make sure and check. But it gives you an idea of what we've got available through the state. So you can see all of the associations that we've got. We've got a lot through the state. So there should be one close to you, and take advantage of that resource. For any new beekeeper, the best resource you can get is a local association and hopefully a mentor to help you kind of one-on-one there. So we really encourage you to join your local association. So some other features that we've got on here, as Tammy mentioned, we have a calendar of events. If you personally know of anything going on, we would really appreciate if you would put that on our calendar, because that's where a lot of people go to try to get their information. So that's something that that we want to try to keep up to date. So if you can do that, that would be good. So if let me see if I can. Well, that's not pulling up there. Let's see if that pulls up. But that does have a lot of information for local associations as well. So another thing that we've got on here is our learning. So if you click the education button, we come up with with our online learning. And the online learning, we have both recorded and live events. So this is, we have a beginning beekeeping class going on right now with Phil Kraft, and he is our retired state apiarist. So I think that's on class number 4. I think number 4 is coming up. So it's still not too late to join that class if you want to. So you can, if you click on these classes, they actually bring up some of the ones that are recorded as well as the live ones there. So that's something else that you can do. So any of these, see, I'm not sure why that's not coming up there, but wanted to show that to you. So the beginning beekeeping is actually just beginning. It starts with what's required in the hive, how do you get bees. There's some reading that's available here that Phil recommends, and any of these that you can hit play and just watch those at your leisure. So it's, again, that's included in your membership. So we are wanting to do an advanced beekeeping later this year as well. So the education is a big part of KSBA. We really want, and that's everything from very beginning beekeepers to advanced beekeepers, that we want to be here as a resource for all levels of beekeeping. So if you're interested, again, it's kybs.org. And that's something that, yeah, you can join us. And let me see if I can show you. If you join, or if you go to kybs.org if you're not a member yet. So some of the things that I was showing you there are just for members. But if you go on not as a member, then you'll come up with this screen that says, please become a member today. And you can click that, and that brings up the online application. And then if you would rather mail something in, down at the bottom, membership, join KSBA, there's some FAQs there, or you can download the application and send that in as well. So there's many ways to join KSBA. And like I said, it's only $15 a year. So it's really something that's that's an advantage that we try to give to our to all of our members. So not sure why I went off there, but I did want to show you our bee lines, and Tammy mentioned this. So this is also available on the website, and the bee lines is our newsletter, monthly newsletter. I call it a newsletter, but it's to the point now it's almost a magazine because we've got so much information. There's all kinds of new information on here, things that are happening in the beekeeping world. This month we had we changed the membership form, so we've got that. I put a little blurb in there. Tammy has a great article on what's going on this month in Kentucky and some things to be aware of. We also have some things from Certified Kentucky Honey, and Scott Moore, who is our program manager, will be talking about that a little later today. But Certified Kentucky Honey has some in there. We also have a new article. Dr. Leonard Davis, who is a veterinarian, comes in with some technical information from a veterinarian's perspective with regard to beekeeping. So that's very interesting. So as you can see, I'm not going to go through all this, but it's a pretty extensive newsletter. And again, that comes with membership. So it's something that we want to, to really promote. And in fact, I'll go ahead and put this month's in the chat so that you can download it and read it and just kind of see what that is. So, so that's kind of an overview of our site and how to become a member and what we do. If you have any questions at all, please reach out to me or anybody on the KSBA board, any of our officers or directors. We would be, more than happy to help you and help you get started, and especially local associations. If you need speakers or you need information, it's something we really want to promote. I mean, we're all doing this as volunteers because we want to see beekeeping be successful in Kentucky and beyond. So we really hope you'll take advantage of KSBA and what we offer. So that's pretty much my overview there. If there's any questions or comments or anything on that, anything I missed, Tammy, that was kind of a whirlwind tour of KSBA. So
what I will say, there is an in-person at this point in time. Now, mind you, that could change next week.
Oh, right.
The South Central Beekeepers will be hosting a school in Allen County. That will be February the 5th. Again, it is still very much up in the air whether that's going to continue to be held in person. I don't think that there's a backup plan for that particular school. but that would be in near the Glasgow area. So I realize that there are a lot of participants today, and they're from all over the state and other states. So that may be an opportunity for some of you out there. The other thing I would also say is that if you choose to do what I call a snail mail application to Kentucky State Beekeepers Association, that may take much longer to get your application processed. And so if you want to take advantage of some of these online membership opportunities, probably submitting an online application will be much more efficient, and you can access the opportunities of the association much more quickly. Now,
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw that in the chat. I was going to mention. Yeah, Dale, thank you for bringing that up. Scott's going to talk about that later too. But the KSBA has a big, I would say, a big presence at the Kentucky State Fair. So Tammy runs the Honey and Bees room, and we usually set up right outside of that room, and we sell honey from KSBA members, both certified Kentucky members and just KSBA members. So you are welcome to bring and encouraged to bring your honey to the state fair. And I think we had over 30 producers sell their honey at the state fair last year. And we divide that 30% goes to KSBA, 70% to the producer, but the prices are typical, fair prices, the $10 hamburger kind of prices. So you end up getting about what you would get retail for your honey. But it's a great way to just showcase the honey across the state and be able to, and we do tasting in normal times. I mean, COVID, notwithstanding, we do tasting, we promote beekeeping. Tammy has an observation hive there. It's really neat. If you've not seen the state fair presentation there, it's good, but we would welcome any members to bring their honey and sell at the fair.
Jessica, we have a question here on, do you become a member of KSBA if you join a local beekeeping organization?
Unfortunately, you do not. Right now, we don't really have that set up. It's two separate organizations because all of the local associations are not necessarily 100% KSBA members. We would like to get to that point, but right now, if you join Certified Kentucky Honey and you sell through that, that does include your KSBA membership, but local association and KSBA are two totally separate memberships at this point. Good question.
Jessica, as a member of KSBA, can you sell honey at the Kentucky State Fair?
Yes, so that's what we were talking about there with the table that we have. Scott organizes that, and he'll talk about that in his presentation this afternoon. But we would really encourage anyone to come sell, even if you've got 12 bears, whether you've got 20 boxes or 12 bears. It's just really neat to see your product up there with 30 other producers and all the colors and flavors and labels, and it's just a fun event to do. So we would really encourage people to do that.
Okay, and we have a gentleman that's going to need to leave, but he wants to know, he wants to watch this. He's moving to Bourbon County, but he wants to start this. Is there a way to watch this later on? I know it's being recorded.
I think Charles said there was. I'll let him answer that for sure. But knowing you're moving to Bourbon County, that's my neck of the woods. So feel free to reach out to me when you get settled there, and we'll get you set up. Would love to do that. And I will put the beelines in the chat. I don't know, Charles, if you're gonna post anything or email anything, I'll make sure you send that too. But I'll post the beelines over here in the chat too.
Oh, great. Thank you. And yes, we are recording this. Shad is going to probably bring it up on YouTube. And then I know hopefully I will have it on the Perry County Extension Service web page. So it'll probably give us a week or so to get that up. But, check YouTube. I've got everybody's email addresses. So when that is posted, I will probably just send that out and let you know where it's at if they want. Because I had several people as they were registering asked if they was going to have to step in and step out, which is fine. If you need to leave for a minute, that's okay, and come back in, we'll let you back in. But we will have this posted. Hopefully everything goes. It's kind of a little bit complicated to do that, but hopefully it'll work out really well. So we will do that to answer that question. Before our next speaker, just a couple of things maybe I forgot before we started. We will have a break. I think that's scheduled at noon, just for 30 minutes to let everybody kind of go grab something to eat and catch their breath. So we're still planning on doing that. We're a little ahead of schedule now, and I'm hoping we stay that way so we can get out here, maybe we'll catch a ball game. But anyway, we're in good shape on time. And putting in, we had like 100 and some people register this week, which my fingers are raw from typing in. And my staff assistant, Leslie Cray, she was great. She was double checking all of the emails I was putting in. And after we sent out like 160 invites, I think we had 3 come back, and it was undeliverable. When we looked, and it wasn't our fault. It was they was just gave to us wrong. So she did an excellent job with that. So I left her out, thanking her how much work she put into doing all this all week. And I know, looking at these emails, they was some hilarious ones. I'm going to remember that when I retire, change maybe my email address. We had Yellow Dust. I love that one. No spam. One of them was Smart Blonde. I love that one. But we had some good giggles out of some people's email addresses, so they was great. So keep that up. It's funny. It was entertaining to put all those in. So appreciate that. But anyway, what Extension does a lot is kind of keep track of numbers, and I know there are more than maybe one person watching at one of these addresses. So practice maybe doing chat. If everybody would just put in the chat box where you're from, Kentucky or county, if you want to list that, or state. I know Canada, we had some people registered from there. Put that in, and how many people's viewing this, and that'll kind of help us keep track of numbers. We are recording this. If anybody has a problem with that, let us know. I don't know a whole lot we can do about it, but I need to let you know it is being recorded, as we said earlier, and it will be posted. But if you've got an issue with that, let us know, and maybe we can try to take your name off the list so nobody sees that. But that takes a little bit of editing. We had that issue last year. We had a speaker that didn't want his PowerPoints put up, so had to go through the editing process to do that. And then looking at all the emails, I know we had several nurses and paramedics that was on board, and I just wanted to say thank you guys for the job you done. I know our next speaker is a nurse at ARH here. I know how slammed and covered up she is going through this surge that we're having now, and then the ones before that working overtime and just wore out. She actually took a day off Monday to help us do a practice session, and I'm so grateful for these folks that's willing to do that. And we also got some military people out there. My son's in the military. I salute you all and thank all of you for your service, because I know what he went through going through basic and all that. And man, you're all the 1%ers and the nurses and all of you for doing what you do. So thank you all so much and appreciate your service. With that being said, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. She is a Perry County local president, Beekeeper Association president. She's been now for like 3 years. As soon as she took over that role, it seemed like we went straight into COVID, and she was really building a really good program. We had a lot of people coming. Membership was going up. Some meetings we had over 20. She hosted we did get to do a field day this past summer, and she hosted it at her house. We had probably over 30 people. It was kind of youth oriented. We let kids get into beehives, and it was kind of funny. If you always heard the saying, you don't work bees on an overcast day. Well, it went overcast on us that afternoon, and we was all running for our lives. We was getting stung and ate up from bees. So everybody learned a good lesson. You do that on sunny days. But she's a 10-year beekeeper herself, and I've been doing this for, I don't know, 14, 15 years, and she just can go circles around me. Her and her husband, Larry, are doing queen rearing, and that's so far advanced over my head. And just the few years that they've been doing this, it's amazing how quickly they picked that up. And I think do you have Ray Young? Is Ray with you today?
He's not. I worked late last night, so I didn't get to go to his house this morning, but I talked to him. He's watching.
Okay, well, hello, Ray. Ray's another expert beekeeper we have here in Perry County. Is over 60 some hives, and I think Missy's got over 30. They've really built up and done a good job, and Ray helps us with our association and all that. And I know he's been under the weather a little bit, so hope you get to feeling better, Ray. And that's Larry's brother, by the way, and Larry will be speaking later. And both those guys are just great to help and educate folks. And we're so grateful to have you, Missy, and I'm glad you've been part of this program today. And with that, you got plenty of time, so we'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Missy Fugit, president of the Prairie County Beekeeping Association, and we do have a Facebook page. We are not as far advanced as our last speaker, but pretty much everything that she said today is what I'd like to follow up on. And first off, find a mentor. Ray Young has been mine, and we wouldn't have a Prairie County Beekeeping Association if it wasn't for Ray. He has helped me and my husband, and I know we have drove him crazy asking him questions. And but find a mentor in your area. That is one of the biggest deals, is because you can help them go in their hives and find out what you're looking for. You can go to classes, you can read books, you can watch YouTube videos, but there's nothing like hands-on. And like Charles said, our day, everybody learned a really good lesson that day, and it happened to just become overcast that day. And the bees give us a run for our money, but we had such a great outcome that day. And find a local bee club, because, the fundamentals of beekeeping and all these videos, and, like you said, our neighbors in Canada are watching, and the fundamentals are across the board. But different climates, different things, resources for the bees to work are going to be different in your area. Reach out to your local extension agents. Luckily, we've got Charles May, and he has been awesome. And, I'm finding that in a lot of the other counties, all of them have been great resources and have tons of information. Conservation offices, there are so many resources out there, just knowing where to go for assistance. And, if you don't have a local bee club and there's one close, or if you want to start one in your area, reach out to your extension agent and they will help you do that. To follow up our field day that we had this year, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, before all the COVID started, we went to Larry Young's field day, and I said, we've got to do this. I had just become president in Perry County, and I said, we have got to do a field day. And we did, and we had people from all surrounding counties, and it was amazing, because we had people send us pictures and videos that evening. They learned what to look for that day and went home and went in their hives and sent us videos of, what they had learned that day and what they were looking for. And that let me know that field day done exactly what it needed to do that day. It's amazing the support that you have from all of our local bee vendors, Tractor Supply, a lot of different businesses. All I had to do was tell them we were having that event, and they were willing to send donations for door prizes for that event. We had tons. Charles stood there for probably an hour, way over an hour, giving door prizes away, and it was all bee related, and it was just a great day. And I've had a lot of people message wondering how to join the Perry County Beekeeping Association. Hopefully in February, weather permitting, COVID permitting, we can go ahead and do an in-person meeting. And that's what we're really hoping for this year, is to get in person again. And even if we can't do indoor, once the weather permits, we can do outdoor field days, because hands-on is where it's at. You've got to get in hives and know what you're looking for. But once we do start our meetings again, it's $10 a year per family. We use that money for guest speakers, like a lot of the vendors, Honey and Bee Connection, Data in Frankfurt. They'll come do guest speaking, and we pay them to come. And for the members, you can pre-order and get free shipping, and they'll bring it with them those days. So it kind of benefits everybody. But it's, like I said, $10 a year per family. And we're going to try to do a lot more Facebook Live videos, knowing that we have an audience that's, not local to Perry County, that can't come to all of our meetings, but anyone's welcome to. We can at least do a Facebook Live so that anytime that we do hive inspections, that you can be a part of that. Does anybody have any questions?
I didn't see any come up in the chat box. Jan, did you see any?
Not yet. I think
Okay,
we're
they
kind of
may
up.
be. If they do, we can
Yeah.
get, if we can get back to you, Missy, and Missy's humble. I mean, she's working overtime. I know worked probably a 12-hour or longer shift last night,
16
and
yesterday, I thought I'm going to have dark circles tomorrow. They're gonna say-
I do and didn't do anything but type. I'm blind from putting all that in the computers, but hey,
I'd say, and then on top of that, my husband this morning, bless you, Charles, he said, "Did you get me signed up?" And I said, "No, did you sign yourself up?" So Charles so thankfully signed my husband up so he could watch this morning.
yeah, we had some phone calls this morning. I think I quit putting people in the computer at 8:30 last night. I shut down. I said, I cannot see no more.
Charles,
We'll start
People, my husband didn't sign himself up for this.
Charles, what's your they're requesting what's your Facebook page title? How can they
Hey.
find your Facebook page?
Missy,
Perry County Beekeeping Association. And
Could
be
you-
careful and make sure that you're on there, because I had somebody that liked a Perry County place, and I think it was out of state, and they paid a membership fee and everything. And I said, "No, that's not us. We don't do that online."
can you type that in on the chat box,
Yes,
Missy, so people could
I
see
will.
that?
I sure will.
And it was funny, you was talking about those door prizes. Usually everybody, oh, well, I'm never going to win anything or get anything. Everybody at that got two. I think it went around. We went
Yeah.
around, there was so much stuff donated, and
There
Missy just,
was. I mean, it was amazing. And even some of our local members, Larry Ison, he has a greenhouse, and he donated tomato plants, and he sent a truckload, and everybody took home tomato plants and pumpkins, and it was amazing. It really was.
we had paintings, I think, from maybe Larry's mom or your
My
mother,
mom.
your mom, a beautiful painting we gave away, and then all kinds of beekeeping stuff, hive
Yeah.
tools, you name it, frames, even, and I won that. I needed a box. I had one that had rotted and I need to replace it, and I won that. Usually I give that stuff back, but I wasn't giving that back. I kept it. So I think that came from Tractor Supply. I donated.
I
So
know. And one more thing to add, if you want 2 hives, go ahead and build you a spot for 10, because you're not going to have just 2 hives, because you're going to have to split them, or you're going to have to catch a swarm next year if you just want 2, and then you're going to have 4. So you may as well go ahead and overbuild a spot for bees. And me and Larry said we want 5. And we ended up with almost 30 this year. And then we did a bunch of combining, so we don't have near that many now. But you can't just have 1 or 2 hives if you're a beekeeper and you love it. It's going to explode.
tell everybody at least start with 2, because you're probably going to lose
Yeah.
one. And
Yeah.
that's one thing I talked about when YMT was here and did a story, that it's frustrating a new beekeeper if they don't talk to some people like you to get off to a good start. You sink a lot of money in this. Really, it's not a cheap thing to get into, and then you lose them, and you quit. And we don't want to see that. We want to see people be successful, and that's a reason for having these schools. And again, this virtual's not perfect. It's nowhere close to being where you could have an in-person one and talk to vendors, talk to people like you, and that just makes such a big difference. But this is what we got right now, so it's good information. I appreciate you, Missy. Go get some sleep or do something. You got to do a shift tonight.
No, I'm off the next 2 days, and I'm not doing anything.
Bless your heart. Enjoy your
Thank
time
you.
off, and thank you for what you guys do, all you nurses and medical people
Thank
out there. I know, I've got friends, it's up there and it's terrible right now. So
It's
Thank-
exhausting, but it's
thank
worth
you
it.
so much. And thank you for being
Thank
our president.
you.
Hopefully we can get back to meeting in person.
I
And
definitely hope so. We need it really
Yep.
bad.
it's a lot of fun for sure. Thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
Tammy, I'm going to turn it back over to you to introduce our next speaker if we didn't have any questions. And Missy, don't forget, put up our Facebook page link if you've got that handy in the chat
I will.
box so people can find it. But it's easy once, make sure you see Missy on there when you're looking, and you'll know
Yeah.
you're at the right place. So,
Don't pay anything online.
and don't pay anything online. Good advice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Missy. Tammy?
I'm here. Let me thought I'd turn my video on. I'll go ahead. I think we're a minute or two early here, and I'm just giving updates on some other events that folks can put in the calendar. Heartland Aquaculture Society is scheduled to be in Evansville, Indiana this year. I think those dates are June the 28th to July the 1st. And once again, that will be in Evansville, Indiana. Heartland Aquaculture Society is a really neat event. A lot of folks come to it from all over, not just the Heartland region, but it has a full-scale working apiary. There'll be a lab. There will be typically a honey show. That's a really good way to practice your honey production skills in terms of, proper fill line measures and those kinds of things. And the other big event that's being planned right now in person is Eastern Apiculture Society. That will be in Ithaca, New York. That will be the first week of August. It will be a full week, August the 1st to August the 5th. And Kentucky hosted it in Bullitt County this year, Shepherdsville. Had a really good turnout. It was kind of a partial meeting. We had 3 days due to COVID, but this year it will be in Ithaca, New York, and I just kind of want to give a plug there because I do know that we have. I saw Win Harless join our meeting. He's up in Michigan, I think, although he may be down here in Kentucky too. But that's getting up in his range in the northeastern states, and you may be looking for something in person. So our next speaker will be Caroline Kane, and she is an entomology master's student with Dr. Claire Richoff at the University of Kentucky. Miss Kane finished her BS, or Bachelor's of Science, in neuroscience at Michigan State. Speaking of Win Harless in Michigan, and then she joined Dr. Richoff's lab in 2020, although I seem to remember meeting Caroline in 2019 on a surface mine site in Ashland when Kentucky State Beekeepers held our meeting there. We were focusing on small hive beetles, and I think it was 100 degrees. But Caroline studies nutrition and viral presence, and she works with Kentucky beekeepers to give them analytical information about virus presence in their beehives. So, Caroline, have you been able to join us and pull your presentation up?
I don't see her on here, Tammy, unless she's under another name. We're looking, but maybe give her just a second. And
well, she definitely had practiced with us without any issues on Monday. So if we'll give her another minute.
got some time, maybe take a little 5-minute break there, and we'll try to text her and see if she wasn't scheduled on to 10. So maybe she's, getting ready to get on there.
We could do that, or I could pull up some of the data that I'm learning about beehives in Kentucky this year. It's up to you.
Let's do that till we see that she's on here. That'd be good. Go ahead.
Let me see if I can share my screen here. So many of you know that as the state apiarist, I take samples from around the state. Volunteer beekeepers need to have at least 10 to 15 hives because we have to take samples from queen right colonies that have an active laying queen and have brood in them. And all of the results that I receive from the USDA can be found here at Bee Informed Partnership you'll see them as state results. In order to access them, you want to click on the state, and this would be obviously Kentucky, but because we have many different participants today, you would click on the state that you're interested in, and then you click on the year. And so this is taken from Jessica May's apiary, I think back in the spring of 2020. And what the volunteers receive in return for donating their time and their bees, they will get a Varroa mite count, they will get a Nosema spore count, and they will get a virus report. I think they focus, the USDA analysts focus on about 7 of the more common viruses. There are actually 27 viruses, but they focus on the top, the deformed wing virus and its variants, Lake Sinai virus, acute bee paralysis virus, and you will receive all of that if you are a volunteer for free at no cost to you. And I wasn't sure that I could slide this into today's bee school, but this is what, as of right now, this is this particular 2021's years. And one of the things that the researchers are noticing are that deformed wing virus, it's a variant of deformed wing virus A. And some of the new theories among the USDA researchers are that this variant can be outcompeting deformed wing virus A. It's simply because all of our samples in the past few months have shown 100% deformed wing virus B. It's a little difficult for beekeepers to know that they have this variant. Deformed wing virus A is particularly noticeable because obviously the wings aren't fully formed, and you have an advanced stage of it when you look at a bee that's emerging from a cell and its wings are already not functional because the virus has meant that they haven't been able to form. We'll point out that Nosema seems to be kind of a little lower in Kentucky compared to national averages. In a meeting with Dr. Gloria DeGrande Hoffman, who is a primary researcher at the USDA Bee Lab in Tucson, she does recommend Fumagillin B. She said that compared to other different products, Fumagillin B is the most effective at kind of keeping and containing the Nosema spore. So, we have a little bit over half of our volunteers are, their honeybees are showing Nosema spores. And so if you suspect that it could be a problem in your hives, Fumagillin B is probably your best go-to for that. I will also recommend that you take a sample of your bees and send those to the Kentucky State University Bee Lab. If you are a Kentucky resident, your sample will be analyzed for free to you. And that is something that you could do prior to applying Fumagillin B. Remember, it is a very powerful antibiotic, and it's a good idea to make sure that you have Nosema before you apply this antibiotic, just to make sure that antibiotic resistance doesn't develop. Another thing that's noticeable from the results has been that Lake Sinai virus, which is a virus that isn't necessarily vectored as much by Varroa mites. You can see it is sky high, and I'm not sure. I can't give you clear-cut answers for that. What I can tell you is that the same things that humans are learning about viruses with this coronavirus and kind of minimizing spread by keeping adequate distance from other people. Those are the same things that you can apply in your apiary. Maintain a lot of distance between your hives, disinfect your hive tools after you end up working your hives, carefully consider whether you just, take a frame of brood and put it into another hive without, doing a thorough inspection of your hives. Just think about those things. All of the things that we are currently practicing to keep the spread of the coronavirus down and its variants, those also apply in your apiary. And have a quarantine hive if you are one of those people who are out there collecting swarms or pulling them out of buildings. Don't just bring those bees straight into your own home apiary. Set up a quarantine hive, monitor them for about 4 or 5 weeks before you move those into your home yard. It's tougher to clean up a problem. And so if you have a quarantine yard, that's, it's set up for things like that. I'm really happy as a state apiarist to see that we didn't have high cases of Israeli acute bee paralysis this year. Acute bee paralysis, almost no cases of that. That's now, I still have I still have the spring season to go here, coming up in March and April. Chronic bee paralysis virus were very low this year. So those are good things for me to see. But this is just a helpful reminder. It's January, it's a new year. You have some time to make some decisions about how you want to move forward this year. And, we are seeing 100% deformed wing virus B. It seems to either be merging or taking over deformed wing virus A. The big problem there is that you don't get as many visual symptoms with deformed wing virus B.
Tammy, you got a couple questions on the chat box.
All right, yes, sir.
The first one is Kentucky State. Are there other bee tests beyond Noxzema that's free?
So not in not in terms of the diagnostic kits, unless you work with Carolyn Kane and Dr. Richoff. If you're trying to get a virus report, I think that they are still accepting samples if you suspect a hive has. But the problem is that if they're doing viruses at UK, they need to have live bee tissue. When the USDA service that I offer is free, but I can let Carolyn speak to the virus lab that they are trying to set up at UK. So those are 3 options. If you have about 10 to 15, I can include you in the USDA honeybee health survey, but those hives need to be queen right. So UK is setting up a viral testing lab, and Carolyn will speak to that. And then Kentucky State University can do Noxzema.
Okay, you've got another question. As a person looking to start beekeeping, is there a place you recommend buying supplies, also necessary or best equipment, or 4 to 6 hives?
So as the state apiarist, I cannot give you that. I can't recommend one place as opposed to another. What I can tell you is that the Kentucky State Beekeepers Association has a list of different resources that they can go to. There are bee vendors throughout the state in different places, including Moorhead, Frankfort, over in Clarkson, Kentucky. But as a state apiarist, I can't tell you one person to go to above another. That's outside what I can do. And similarly, I cannot recommend you go to one place for nooks as opposed to another. What I can tell you to do, however, is that if you are just starting, to go back to Missy's point, I can't stress this enough. Go to local bee associations for a full calendar year before you spend a dime on bees or equipment. And that gives you a sense of what's out there, and that gives you a chance to kind of get comfortable working in somebody else's bee yard. Like that Heartland Aquaculture Society in Evansville, that's going to have an apiary any field day that's scheduled, show up with your veil and get comfortable so that when you do buy nooks, you will feel comfortable taking a look at that equipment before money changes hands. Because once money changes hands, it's very difficult to get it back. Make sure that the person from whom you buy nooks has had those nooks inspected. That's what I do as the state apiarist. You know, you want to make sure that your nooks aren't going to have any diseases. Nooks by a long margin are the best investment to get started as a new beginner, but they can sometimes, if they haven't been inspected, you can start off with problems. And so that's why I stress to anyone who's thinking about this to give yourself a good year before you spend a lot of money. So, Charles, I think that takes us to 5 till 10. Has Carolyn had
Carolyn's on. She was having a little audio problem, but to kind of follow up on your question, I would suggest they call her local extension office. The extension agents, whether it's ag or horse, usually got contacts for maybe local beekeepers that's selling nooks that's got good reputations, or we can absolutely give you magazines and tell you, vendors that's out there that that you can buy equipment from. And, there's some beekeepers I know that's going out just for whatever reason, has got odor, or maybe their health's not good, that's wanting to sell, hives and things. So your local extension office would be a good place to start and check if you was looking to buy some stuff. At least we could send you kind of in the right direction on that. But yes, Caroline is on. I think maybe we had another question. Keith, did we or not?
There's a couple different questions. I thought Tammy might want to respond in the chat box.
I will be happy to do that, but please don't buy used equipment from somebody going out of business without having it inspected first.
Good advice. We did that. We did that here. If you remember, we brought in the Kentucky State autoclave, and we basically cooked all those boxes. And I should have said that. Thanks for correcting me, but they do need to be sterilized. You're right. Sorry.
Not a problem. All right, Caroline, I think you are on, but I'm going to read your intro again, just to remind people of who you are.
Hold it, Tammy. You had a couple more questions, Keith Scott, if it's okay to go ahead, and we're still a little ahead of schedule. So let
okay.
Keith, go ahead, Keith.
Sorry, me scroll back up here. The first question, or the last question, was, how far away should your quarantine yard be away from your home yard?
That depends. I mean, especially like in Eastern Kentucky, we have, it's a mountainous region, it's a forested region. So you've got some obstacles, you've got some barriers, you've got some biological barriers there. So it's not as kind of cookie cutter approach as you would say, like if you were in a flatland area where the honeybees can fly, easily more than 5 miles, although that's a little out of their range. But I would definitely try to keep your quarantine yard about 2 to 3 miles from your home apiary, depending upon the geographical terrain. What you don't want is to have it right there. You bring in a swarm, or if you bring in a cutout that may be showing symptoms that you didn't notice while you were removing the brood from the cutout, because that's its own separate melodramatic scene, and then have say I'm thinking like European foul brood. You don't want that being spread throughout your home apiary.
Okay, was that all, Keith?
The next question, so you only have 3 hives. Where should I turn for testing of various bee problems, Ksba, Varroa, or so on?
If you have 3 hives, as long as they aren't exhibiting problems, you may not need a test. But if you're just wanting to have some health if you're just wanting to have some health information, again, you can send a sample to Kentucky State University. You can work with the University of Kentucky and send them some live bees. But that's something that Caroline will have to instruct us on, because I'm not sure if that service is still open or not. And then if you make it up to, say, 10 to 15 hives, then I can include you in the USDA Honeybee Health Survey.
Okay, the last one that I see, how do you know if your bees have been inspected?
So that's just a simple question to the person, the NUC provider, just ask to see their health inspection record.
All right. Thanks,
Okay.
Keith, for watching those. Tammy, I think Caroline's on and ready to go. So if you want to introduce her, we're right
Okay.
on time.
Well, Caroline comes to us from Michigan. She completed a degree in neuroscience, Michigan State. She has been in Kentucky since 2019, although she has been a member of Dr. Richoff's lab since 2020. And her primary focus in that lab is to study nutrition and viral presence. And with that, Caroline, I'm so pleased that you're able to join us, and thank you so much for your presentation.
I'm working to share my screen right now, so. Ugh. Okay, so can everybody see my screen?
Got it.
Cool. Well, hello, my name is Caroline. As Tammy just said, I've worked with Claire for a couple of years now, and I'm working on getting my PhD at the University of Kentucky. And one of the biggest projects that I've been working on so far is trying to establish a viral testing service for hobbyist beekeepers in the state. And today I will talk to you about different viruses in the hive. I can get my slides. Okay, so things I want to talk about is just overall the importance of pollinators, and then different threats to pollinators, and the specific threats we're talking about are viruses. So I'll give you an example of that, which will be COVID-19, which is something we can all relate to in a big way since we've heard so many symptoms. And then hopefully that'll be a good transition to talking about the different bee viruses and transmission methods and symptoms. So overall, honeybees are incredible. Pollinators and honeybees in particular are really important for commercial crop pollination, because overall we rely on 130 or so crops rely on animal pollination for their overall success. So this makes it really problematic with the threats that bees are facing. Between April of 2020 and April of 2021, beekeepers have seen over 40% mortality rating in their hives, which is pretty rough. From what the beekeepers I've communicated with, it's a very rough process when your hives die. And so the different threats that we see, pollinators are suffering from pesticide exposure, pathogen pressures, poor nutrition, parasites, and then habitat loss, as well as just general issues with climate change and then management practices. So all of these really work synergistically together to disrupt and then kill off honeybee populations. So one of the things that I've been working on is trying to understand viruses so we can prevent further decline. Okay, so what are viruses? Viruses are microscopic parasites, and they can contain genetic code. These are infectious agents, and they only replicate within host organisms. And host organisms could be bugs, humans, different plants or bacteria. And an example of this, which we've all been exposed to for a couple of years, is SARS-CoV-19, and that's a severe acute respiratory syndrome, and it can cause the disease COVID-19. So I'll be covering viral like symptoms and transmission, because then I'll relate that back to different symptoms and transmission for honeybees. So symptoms for COVID-19 are fever, chills, shortness of breath, loss of smell or taste, and then fatigue, among other symptoms. But an important thing to know is sometimes you won't have symptoms, and symptoms can indicate severity. Transmission methods come from breathing in air that's close to an infected person and having small droplets in the air and landing on your nose or in your mouth or on your eyes. And so it's important not to like touch your mouth, eyes, or face after possibly being exposed, because the virus can remain on different surfaces. So I mentioned parasites, different parasites, pathogens, competition in bee diversity, insecticide use, and then monocultures. So with the different types of agriculture that we see in the United States, a lot of states like Illinois and Iowa and Indiana are growing soy and corn. And with that, it's becoming monoculture crop systems. And that's leading to a lack of nutritional diversity, which can weaken honeybee immune systems. So I think that this figure on the right is a good proposed method for possible like declines in honeybee health. So poor nutrition and insecticide exposure could decrease honeybee immunity, and then Varroa mites and pests can carry different viruses such as deformed wing virus, and then this can also lower a honeybee's immunity. So when exposed to different threats, this can lead to mortality. So this figure is showing the different modes of transmission that we can see within honeybees. Honeybees can spread from first, queens can get honey.
Carolyn, this is Charles, I'm sorry. Can I interrupt you just 1 second? I
Yes.
had a request to use these slides as presentation mode to blow them up. Some people's not being able to see them because they can see your
no.
slides.
Wait, so
If that's possible.
I'm sorry, will you repeat? Is it seeing the slides in presentation mode, or?
No, they're asking if you could put it into presentation mode so you don't see the slides to the right of the screen. So the screen's bigger, they can see it better. They're probably on an iPhone or an iPad and they cannot see the whole thing. I mean, I was seeing it fine, but I could also see the slides you were rolling down on the right too. So it wasn't blowed up all over the screen, but if you can't, that's okay.
I'll see what
maybe Jeremy or Shad can chime in here and help with that. I'm not that good at it, but.
Is this the correct way? Oh wait, I don't have it sharing my screen anymore.
No, you're not.
Thank you for letting me know. I didn't realize I was doing that.
I think when you do the share screen that there is a view option up at the top, and that may resolve it.
Okay. Yeah. Is that working?
It looks much better.
Better.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that.
Fine. Good deal.
Okay. So modes of transmission, I'm going to try and explain it as best as I can right now, but there's vertical and horizontal transmission. So vertically, the queen can get viruses from drones through seminal fluid, and then she can pass it on to upcoming generations. And this can end up with you having weaker upcoming generations or them dying. So it's important. And then there are horizontal modes of transmission through the spread between food. So honeybees can bring in different viruses from outside of the hive. And so it can be spread through royal jelly, bee bread, honey, And then, so overall, I wanted to give you like a bullet point route of what's going, different types of transmission. So indirectly, without like contact with the viruses, you can have Varroa Mites vectoring viruses. So there are several viruses that Varroa Mites can infect your hives with when they're present. Then there's also through shared floral resources. So honeybees, as well as bumblebees and other bee species, all will congregate and compete for the same resources. And on those flowers, bees can collect pollen that already has infections from other hives, or bees sometimes they'll have viruses secreted out, or like they'll defecate onto the flowers when they're sick, and they can carry viruses like that. And then some direct forms of transmission would be within the hive, there's thousands of bees. So with that proximity, there's a lot of bees and they're likely to get it from like direct contact. So through fecal oral contact, through grooming or cleaning of the hive, and then through sharing resources within the hive as well. So bee bread, royal jelly, and honey. So Varroa mites are incredibly important because they're found across, like distribution wise, they're found across the globe, and they can be found on your adults as well as immature honeybees because they're feeding on the fat body within all of them. So when, I'm not sure if you'll be able to see my pointer, hopefully you can, but adult bees, the nurse bees will be able to, they'll have Varroa mites on them, and then when they're helping clean and maintain the pupa, Varroa mites will drop off and then develop and reproduce within the cells, and then result in honeybees once they're emerging after 20 days to have viruses as well as be already sick and weakened from the Varroa mites. The Varroa mites are consuming the fat body, and this is a really important part of the honeybee's immune system. And without that, the bees are already, their immune systems are compromised, and then they're more likely at risk for the other possible threats, including like pesticide exposure and other viruses, as well as nutritional threats. A possible route of getting Varroa mites into your hive would be if there's colony drift, so bees being confused and going into a different hive that's close by, or if in instances of transporting hives for agricultural purposes, bees can get Varroa mites when they're having shared resources in different areas, like with the almond crop pollinator events where people bring in so many different colonies, they're likely to transmit viruses because there are so many there. And then, yeah. So Varroa destructor mites, they really do negatively impact the apiculture industry. And it's all of these countries in red, they're present. So every country that the mites have been introduced, they impact this industry. I'm gonna talk to you now about just different viruses that we're seeing and the overall prevalence within the state of Kentucky. This is from the Bee-Informed Viral Survey. So it's a smaller sample size, but it shows a good amount of viral distribution throughout the US with the different honeybee viruses. So IAPV is Israeli acute paralysis virus. And this virus can affect behavioral cognition, and then it will impact the bee's ability to orient correctly. And when the bees have this virus, they're more likely to end up confused and go into other colonies and cause drift and then spread more of that virus. From this survey, it showed a 17% presence within Kentucky. Then there are deformed wing virus variants, which Tammy was talking about a minute ago. These variants, they're all very similar. They're like basically each of these viruses is genetically very close together and similar. And previously, deformed wing virus B was referred to as Varroa destructor virus 1. So if you see anything online about VDV1, it's actually deformed wing virus B, and visible symptoms will look like deformed wing virus, bloated abdomen, and then when their pupa with deformed wing virus, which can be caused from having Varroa mites, they'll die quickly once they emerge. And this overall symptom severity is a problem because with a lot of these viruses, because you can't always see symptoms, so you don't see if, like, you can't understand the severity of how sick your hive is without visible symptoms, which is why it's important to have your hives tested if you're concerned. Another symptom that's not visible, but something that you can pay attention to, is that there could be elevated aggression and then impacting learning and memory with your hives. So this is the overall deformed wing virus A presence in Kentucky, and that's in about 65% of the hives that were collected for this survey had deformed wing virus A, compared to deformed wing virus B had a 96% presence in Kentucky hives, which I believe Tammy said 100% from the USDA survey. Lake Sinai virus too was also a virus that Tammy mentioned because it's higher than the national average within the state. And this is deadly to a lot of honeybees, and it's dangerous because there aren't any visible symptoms. And overall, it's present in 48% of hives, and it is common in late winter. Another virus is chronic bee paralysis virus, and this is in lower abundance in the state, so we don't really need to look at the distribution, but it's present in 17% of the hives, and there are visible symptoms, including failure for flight because there's trembling, and they're trembling wings and bodies. They could have bloated bodies and dislocated wings, and you might see a lot of crawling in front of the hive. So transmission methods can be through contact feeding. So by having the bees actually like physically in contact, the viruses are spreading. And this virus, it can be really deadly at the larval and pupal stages. So it's good that it's in low prevalence in the state of Kentucky. These are a few other viruses that I'm testing in my viral testing service right now. And overall, they're not super present in the state. There's acute bee paralysis virus, Kashmir bee virus, and Israeli acute paralysis virus. And these are all really closely related, similar to deformed wing virus A and B. So they're all within like a viral complex rather than individual viruses. And these viruses are all symptomless at the colony level, but they can be lethal. And Varroa mites will vector these viruses as well, killing pupa and preventing further development. Another virus is black queen cell virus. And this is a really common virus, but luckily it's not seen in the state of Kentucky. We're testing for it in my testing service, and we haven't gotten those results back yet. So hopefully nobody in the service actually has black queen cell virus, because that would be bad. This virus can be easily seen because it causes mortality of your queen bee pupae, and that's when they turn from yellow to brown or black. And this is commonly seen in the spring and early summer. Another virus, which luckily is not in the state of Kentucky at this point, is slow bee paralysis virus, and it shows symptoms of paralysis in front legs and can lead to death. This is another virus that's vectored by Varroa destructors, and it's not often detected in bee colonies. So overall, I just want to point out that Varroa destructor mites are consistently spreading different viruses, and so it's important to be tracking those. Another thing to know for new beekeepers, if you haven't heard of colony collapse disorder, a way to identify this is when a lot of your adult bees have disappeared and they just leave the queen and the brood. And a lot of viruses are associated with this disorder, including acute bee paralysis virus, IPV, deformed wing virus, and cashmere brood virus. So there are multiple stressors involved in colony loss, including overall, just to conclude, there are multiple stressors involved. So it's not always pesticide exposure that's the problem, but it's a culmination of possibly poor nutrition, lack of genetic diversity, pesticide exposure, landscape homogenization, and a lack of nutritional diversity, parasites, and pathogens. And then another thing to note is that your hive symptom expression varies for each of these viruses, and many viruses will share symptoms, making it hard or even impossible to identify these on your own. Again, emphasizing if your hives are ill and you're not sure why, you should get them tested to see if there's anything else you can do. And it's also important to know that bees can survive with low levels of some of these viruses, but increasing the other stressors can increase the overall abundance of the viruses and cause more damaging symptoms. And so in conclusion, things to remember as beekeepers are that I can advise is consistently checking for Varroa mites. You'll likely see them, but it's good to know because you could possibly see if you can see if you need to take treatment actions. Be observant of your hive's behavior because a lot of behavior is related to the different viruses, and including aggression. And then if you're concerned, get your hives tested for viral presence. And then previous viral testing services were mentioned before I was presenting, but there's the USDA APHIS survey. And then my current project, I started as a master's student establishing a viral testing service for Kentucky beekeepers. I collected seasonal data between the summer or spring of 2020 through to last June. And so far I am still collecting a few samples, but at this stage I am doing the viral testing. So hopefully I can do all of my presentations and share my results for this project and have this more suitable for standardized testing for everybody. And I will present on this April 6th at 8 p.m. So if anybody has any questions about the service or about specific viruses, I can definitely go into more detail, but I just wanted to go over some summaries for different viruses. Does anybody have any questions?
Carolyn, thank you so much for your presentation. I do think that what we should tell people in terms of your April 6th presentation is that that is being sponsored by the Kentucky Queen Bee Breeders Association, and you do need to be a member of the Kentucky Queen Bee Breeders Association if you want to attend that particular series, because the Queen and Drone Workshop started this past Wednesday, and there are numbers of, there's quite a few different speakers, but you do need to be a member of the Kentucky Queen Bee Breeders Association in order to catch Caroline's talk on the 6th. I do think that there are some questions. So let me pull up the chat room. There is Missy Fugit says, as a nurse for 20 years, this is past couple of years has made her open her mind up to what the bees and they're going through with viruses. It doesn't matter what the species are. Site-based evidence is very important. In terms of Teresa's comment, I think I'm just seeing half of the comment, Teresa. But I do see the sentence that reads, I was not aware that bees can get a virus. Can I reuse the boxes and leftover comb? That's the question.
Okay, I can answer that. So some viruses they do stick on comb, and one consistent method for different pests and viruses is freezing your boxes. So freezing the frames can help, and then just cleaning the frames off entirely. So sometimes you can't reuse comb. So it depends on the virus as well as what pest you have. I know that we've had issues and we have a really big freezer at the university. So luckily when we need to like sanitize our hives, we can reuse comb more easily. So I understand that that's not an easy solution for a lot of people if they don't have really big freezers, but that is one way of killing viruses within hives. And so you can reuse comb depending on treatment.
Yeah, I think that's the difficult thing I wanted to point out to beekeepers is that keeping your Varroa mites low is the one thing that you can do. But if viruses get established, you know, they can take over. And then it doesn't matter how high your Varroa mite levels are or how low. I mean, you could have no mites. Once the viruses gain the upper hand, they can easily destroy an apiary. And so that's why we recommend that you are constantly monitoring Varroa mites and that you try to get a treatment in for Varroa mites here in the early spring. You know, get those bees free of mites prior to the nectar flow and keep them low. So here's a question from Jim Beeler, which is, are you going over treatment options? Caroline, I think what you're saying is we don't have vaccines, we don't have antivirals, you can't put masks on bees.
No. Things that you can do though, there aren't any vaccines at this point. I know that there are some viruses where people are like hoping to find solutions, but the main things that you can do are paying attention to how close your colonies are, because if they do have the viruses, but some of these viruses can cause cognitive issues where they're confused and they might not remember which hive is theirs. And so those bees can cause colony drift. And so your bees could go into a different hive, stay there, and then keep spreading that virus as well. So maintaining space between your hives is good. Doing Varroa mite tests and treatments is really important. I know that there are some Varroa mite treatments that are safe for you to continue selling honey. So if that's like an issue that you're concerned about, but doing Varroa mites right before the winter, if there are high Varroa mite counts, some of the viruses like deformed wing virus B can cause a lot of overwintering mortality. So while it's really important in the spring, it's also super important to do treatments before the winter because overwintering mortality is a really big issue. But unfortunately, there are any vaccines for bees. So once, as Tammy said, like once some of these viruses are established in your hives, it's really hard to fix. And sometimes they're just gonna die. And it's really sad. That's kind of along the lines of like there was a 45% mortality rating for honeybee hives in the US within like a year span. And that's been a pretty consistent number for several years now.
There's a comment here, I guess it's Mike Castle, which is that it seems like there's nothing we can do. So, you know, should we just give up? And I would just say, I mean, my response to that is no. Many of us get a rhinovirus every year, and it's not, you know, we don't give up on folks who have a rhinovirus as the common cold. You know, we don't give up on those people. We just separate ourselves. We take a sick day, you know, we maybe sleep in the opposite room of our spouse for a couple of days until we get over the rhinovirus. I mean, this is very manageable, but it does mean that it's like, you know, one of my mentors said, you know, whenever beekeepers get a new challenge, the good beekeepers get better, the bad beekeepers get out. And that sounds kind of harsh, but that's the way it goes. I mean, so you do have to be a better beekeeper. You do have to do a better job monitoring your mites. You know, so that's just that's just something to consider.
And to add on to that, so there are the different variants of deformed wing virus. Deformed wing virus A is super common, but bees can survive with really low levels of the virus in their hives. So kind of like COVID, you can be asymptomatic. You could test positively for the virus and then not experience any symptoms, but you can still transmit it to other people. And then with deformed wing virus A, all of these bees might not be experiencing symptoms and they might never experience symptoms, but they can survive with low levels. It's just there's a lot of different viruses and different threats. So how all of those kind of interact and how you maintain your air, like your bees and the environment around you does make a big impact.
I think
But
Missy had a
I wouldn't
question
give up.
she wanted to ask you. I said through text. Go ahead, Missy.
Thank you. Caroline and Tammy, you're exactly right. And, you know, what people really need to understand is viruses are viruses, no matter if it's human, no matter if it's bees. And there's so many things that are absolutely, you know, we have all learned as a general population in the past couple years is there are different ways that you need to look at things and you need to assess your bees. You know, as a nurse, you have to pay attention to small details with people. And it's exactly the same with bees. We have to pay attention to them. We have to understand the viruses. We have to understand the symptoms. And it's such a close correlation with humans. And all these things that both of you all said, I'm sorry to chime in, but it makes so much sense because there are symptoms for the bees, there are symptoms for us for different viruses, bacteria, and we have to pay attention closely to all those.
I wanted to say that we had a request for closed captioning, and if you want to view that, you have to go down to the bottom of your screen to where it says live transcript and click on that, and it will give you some options. And I think you have to click on the one that says show full transcript.
Caroline, I would like for you to discuss how it is if someone wants to have you do a viral sample of their hives. How does that person do that with you?
Okay, so right now I am working on hopefully being in contact with some extension agents. So you could possibly drop off bees at your local extension spot and then they can transport them. But the main way that you would be able to give me bees is if you have like a bee box that has ventilation on the sides, you can send it through the US Postal Service. And that's like, if there's ventilation, what I need is live bees, and transporting them yourself across the state doesn't seem super feasible because I know it's a big state and driving hours with your bees doesn't make sense. So the best way to give me bees is sending live bees with ventilation and food, because the bees can live in the mail for 3 to 5 days, and what I need is live bees because I'm testing for RNA viruses. And if the bees are dead, the RNA degrades super quickly. So,
okay, so let's slow down. Let's slow down.
Okay.
How many bees? What age bees?
20 bees or so is all that I need. So 20 bees in a box. And I will be making videos on how to do this. And it will be, I need nurse bees. So you'd have to pull out a frame and sweep off some bees. And those are the bees that I need. So ones that are just on frames.
So you need 20 nurse bees from a queen right colony from the brood area. And so when that person collects those, we have the USDA Honeybee Health Survey has a video and showing how to do this. But you also want to make sure, if you are a beekeeper who is interested in doing this, that you check and make sure that the queen is not on that brood frame before you collect your 20 frames. And remember, nurse bees, stingers haven't fully developed yet. So for those of you who may still be a little, what I call bee shy, you're still a little nervous about getting stung, the nurse bees tend to be good bees to work with, because while they do have stingers, they aren't, they're not the weapons that the forager stingers can be. So this is, this is a good thing. So you need 20 nurse bees from a brood frame in a queen right colony, preferably in a ventilated box. And when Carolyn says that you need to include food with that, what she means is that you need to have a sugar patty in there and a water tube with a sponge so that the water tube isn't dripping everywhere. The U.S. Postal Service will not send a sample with that. The other thing I would say is that if you're going to mail a sample of bees to Carolyn's lab, that you send that overnight delivery as opposed to 2-day priority. I've done many samples now for the past 6 years, 7 years. I typically had been using 2-day priority, but there was one shipment that the bees ended up being sent to Dallas, Texas instead of the lab, where they sat for a solid week. When they showed up, every single bee was dead. And so then that volunteer beekeeper very graciously understood the circumstances. We had to take a separate sample again. But I think for some of the backyard beekeepers, you don't have a lot of hives. So when you take this sample, you want to get it right the first time. So learn from my mistakes, send it overnight.
Please
which is going to talk about 30 to $40.
And please contact me before you send bees. Usually they're delivered to the main office. So if you send live bees, I think my department will know who they're going to, but I need to be aware because the bees will only survive in these boxes for X amount of time.
So just to piggyback on Caroline's point there, I have to take samples on either Monday or Tuesday so that I can send the sample and it will arrive by Friday. So those of you out there who are just kind of thinking of a timeline, it shouldn't take you as long for your sample to arrive if you're sending it in state Kentucky, but that gives you a sense of what my schedule looks like when I'm taking samples. I have to take them on Monday or Tuesday in order for them to arrive by Friday, and they need to be alive. It will do nobody any good if they arrive dead. And so, Carolyn, it sounds to me as if you are still offering this service. Is there a cost for this service?
Currently, I can take a few samples, but we're at a stage where I'm finishing up I'm about done with collecting samples, and then I'll be able to finish testing for all of the different viruses that I used in this. And then hopefully this year, I will be able to have the testing service ready, and I'll be able to send out budgetary information on how much it will cost you. The point of this service is to give hobbyist beekeepers the opportunity to just send in like a couple of hives without it being super costly to you, because that's the main purpose. Like, we'd love to have more beekeepers, and we want to make sure that if you're worried about them, we can give you assistance, and hopefully not super expensive. So that's why it's taking me a while to coordinate all of this. So I will get information on overall costs, and then direct protocols for when you're handling the bees, and then contact information for people across the state that can help you.
Caroline, we have another question here. Would an alternative to a freezer be freezing outside temperatures?
Tammy, do you know the overall temperature that can kill off viruses? Like if it's below freezing? I'm not sure on that answer.
For how
So
long too?
yeah, so what I do know is that viruses have to have a living host in order to sustain the machinery of its replication. And so once the living host has died, in this case it would be our honeybees, it's not, the virus titers aren't going to live very long on comb, and especially in freezing temperatures at sustained amount of time, like a week. Typically, I think many of the researchers say 3 days in a freezer. I mean, when Caroline is talking about a scientific freezer, she's talking about freezers that are well below 80 degrees Fahrenheit. But even though we don't have access to that, if you have, a deep freezer, or if you leave, I think our temperatures are supposed to get down to 1 degree here in the next couple of days. For the next 3 or 4 days, when temperatures are well below 20 degrees, that should be enough for the viruses to end up having to conclude their replication cycles.
Okay. I have a client here that says, I hear a lot about freezing frames as a preventive. How do you feel about flame scorching boxes in early spring to kill off any viruses?
Carolyn, do you want to answer that one?
I have never heard of treating hives with flames or with heat. Personally, our lab, we use plastic frames. We don't use wire ones. So like we've been able to standardize since we're just using a huge, like deep freezer. But I will gladly look that up because I've never heard of it.
I mean, to me, the big thing here is that you've got to stop that cycle of replication. And so one is dealing, the host that's, for the virus has to die, or you have to, maybe it's requeening, where you kind of change up the genetics. That can be an approach, but flame scorching has not come up in any of the talks that I have listened to or I've had with anybody in terms of virus control. That's not one that I have heard. However, I do know that some beekeepers like to flame scorch their equipment because they want to control spores. Now that's a separate issue. We're not talking viruses now, we're talking about American foul brood. And folks, American foul brood spores have to be subjected to heat at 212 degrees Fahrenheit for up to 15 minutes. And there isn't a propane torch out there on the market that can give you that kind of intense heat that can kill American foul brood spores. So that's why the Kentucky State University autoclave, if you have access to taking your equipment there, that's why it's effective, is because it can provide that intense heat for, half an hour. But, just taking your flame blower or your torch, that's not going to kill American foul brood spores. It will help you control bacteria. So for instance, we mentioned some preventative measures that you can take as a beekeeper in your bee yard. You can disinfect your hive tools. So it will deal with European foul brood bacteria, for instance. So that's, it's not useless, but it's not going to help you control viruses, I don't think. And it's not going to help you control American foul brood spores.
Okay, that catches us up. Caroline has put her contact information in the chat box. So unless someone needs that to be read out loud, that brings us up to date.
Okay. So
Thank you for listening.
Great presentation, Carolyn. Thank you so much.
Okay, Tammy, I guess I think Kent's on board, I believe. So if you want to go ahead and introduce him, we'll keep moving.
Alrighty. So I realized that, we haven't had Kent as a speaker at this particular school before, and I will gladly say why. He lives in Wingo, Kentucky, which is Graves County, where the tornado hit last month, and that's a good 8-hour drive for him. And I just know that that's quite a haul. So when I invited him to speak to this school, I did so knowing that it would be online, and I could do so without feeling guilty for making him have to get in a truck and drive all the way over to Eastern Kentucky. But I also realized that you may not know who Kent Williams is. He has been a commercial beekeeper, a queen bee breeder, a honey producer for well over 30 years now. In 2005, he successfully completed the Eastern Aquaculture Society Master Beekeeping Exam program, which includes a lab test, an apiary test, an oral exam, a written exam. I think he only missed maybe one on the written exam. He has been an Eastern Apiculture Society president, and I think in 2008 he hosted EAS at Murray State University, and people still talk about that conference. It was one of the few where I think most of the food that was served at the cafeteria was locally sourced. He has been obviously the KSBA president, the role that Jessica is holding right now. And of course, he's been the Lake Barkley Beekeepers president every year. And this I think is, he can correct me if I'm wrong. But every year he hosts a 3 to 4 day field event at his farm. And I'm astounded by it. I think one year, some of his guests, were sleeping in his barn and they almost burned it down. I think one year it rained so much that the RVs got stuck up into the hubcaps, and he ended up having to pull them all out. I think every year they have had some sort of challenge to overcome. But people come from Michigan, they come from Ohio. I met one couple who had driven up from Alabama. He graciously opens his farm to anyone who wants to camp. It's just a good time, and you can go into all of his hives and ask any kind of question. There's no question that's too basic that somebody there can't say, well, here, come over here, we'll look at a hive and learn how to do a sample, for instance. I think this year it will be the first week in May, the first weekend in May, and he doesn't charge anything for this. The Lake Barkley beekeepers do take up donations to cover the cost of a lunch. Typically, it's like a barbecue lunch, and it's just a good time to be had. So with that being said, he does this in addition to all of the other roles that he serves in the way of beekeeping associations, which is to say he's a glutton for punishment, I think is what it all comes down to. Anybody who works with the public knows that you're going to have to deal with weather, you're going to have to deal with personalities, and but that's just the nature of who he is, and it's my privilege to introduce Kent. Are you on, Kent?
Yep, I'm on.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning to you.
Good morning. I'll see if I can get the video started there. Yeah, what you said was partially true anyway, but I'll pay you for it later. Yeah, this I think this will be the 28th or 29th year that we've had our bee school, and this year it will be April 28th, 29th, and 30th this year. And everybody's welcome. Bring kids, bring spouses. It doesn't matter. You'll be welcome here. And if you leave here with any questions, it's because that you didn't ask them. You know, we'll answer everything that we're capable of answering. And sometimes the answer is not very satisfying, like with the viruses and that sort of thing. But it's an answer anyway. So, excuse me. My presentation is about honey production, and we produce quite a bit of honey each year. We separate our bees into bee yards where we're producing bees or queens, and bee yards where we're producing honey. And we set those yards up differently. Part of the reason for that is there's a finite amount of nectar that's going to be produced in an area, and you can overpopulate an area pretty quick with too many hives if there's only a certain amount of nectar to be had. And in West Kentucky, where I live, this can be a real issue because we don't live in like the mecca of honey production here. Nobody is moving bees here to make honey. So we have to be very cognizant of how many hives we have in a bee yard. And typically, unless you're talking about putting bees on canola, which is a different animal in itself, typically when you get over 24 hives in a bee yard, you're overgrazing the pasture. And 24 hives might make 40 to 60 pounds of honey on average, of surplus honey per year. But if you put 24 hives there, they're just barely going to feed themselves. So that's one consideration, the size of bee yards when you're making honey. And these are the things that I have to think of when we're setting up a bee yard to make honey, is to make sure I'm not overgrazing the area. Now that gets into a completely different issue that goes hand in hand with beekeeping, and you don't really realize it as a beekeeper when you start being involved in beekeeping, how much you're going to learn about the flora in your area, because you typically, a beekeeper has an overgrown yard that looks like a jungle because there's a plant out there that bees are working and they won't mow the clover or they won't mow the dead nettle or henbit just because the bees are working it. So you become really aware of plants and the bloom that's around you when you're a beekeeper, just because, you know, bees are working that and they need what they're getting off of the blooms. So know your honey flow. That's a really important part of making a good honey crop, is understanding when your honey flow starts, what plants your bees are going to be working to produce honey in your area, and your area could change with microclimates, or it could change with the lay of the land, the landscape. You might have within 5 miles of your house or your bee yard, you might have some creeks that have locust trees, or you might have some mature timber that has tulip poplar, or you might have some mature timber that has basswood, linden. And this is just in my area in West Kentucky, but I know it translates into other parts of the state as well. Some of you guys will have sourwood, and all of these blooms have a specific bloom time. Understand when that time is, and that leads into the next part. Understand your bloom, know when the bees are going to be able to access that bloom, we have a decent tulip poplar and black locust bloom here. But even if the trees bloom, and even if those blooms produce nectar, the blooms don't always produce nectar. Just because the bloom's there, that doesn't mean there's anything in it. So even if the tree blooms and it produces nectar in the bloom, some years the bees just can't work it because either the temperature is too cool when it's blooming, and it doesn't matter how big your hive is, if it's raining or it's too cold for the bees to fly, they can be in the middle of a huge bloom and just barely make enough honey to survive. And that's the importance of knowing your bloom and knowing what it takes to get the nectar from that bloom into the honeycomb. It takes the bloom, it takes the plant, it takes good nutrition for the plant. It also takes suitable weather for the bees to be able to work that bloom. So knowing that your bloom is there is one part. Now you have to get to the bees. There are several little kind of caveats to being able to produce a good honey crop when you start talking about your colony of bees. The main thing you need a healthy colony, no pests, no as low a pressure as possible from pests and diseases. That's one part of it. The second, kind of a parallel with that, you need a very productive queen. A good queen, usually that means a queen that's less than a year and a half old. For sure, less than 2 years old. The older queens get, the less productive they're going to be, just because it's just a matter of attrition. Because a queen mates one time in her life in one particular time period, and stores the sperm that she receives from the mating sequence. She stores that in the spermatheca for the rest of her life, and eventually she runs out. So the older she gets, the lower her brood production is going to be. There's just no other way. They can't go back out and take another mating flight. That's just the way nature has made queen bees, honey bees, to operate. So young queen, a healthy hive, the young queen has to be productive. Now, being productive can translate into what type of bees that you have. Italian bees are sort of the industry standard for commercial beekeepers, just because you can stimulate Italian bees and get a desired result, which is you can feed an Italian colony and they will just blow up in brood production if they're healthy. Not so much with Russians or Carniolans or Caucasians. They will respond to a stimulation of feed, but not like Italians. A lot of times you'll think you're wasting your time feeding some of these other races of bees. That's not saying that you shouldn't keep those bees. They're good bees. You have to understand what you have to work with and wait for them to build up on a natural flow. That's when Caucasians, Carniolans, and Russians, that's when they begin to build up, is on a flow rather than itself. So don't really expect your Carniolans to just explode in population like your Italians will just because you're feeding them. And we do stimulate bees by feeding in certain circumstances. We want our bees to be in full production at least 6 weeks before the honey flow starts. There again, know your honey flow, know when it's likely to start just from past history, and you want your queen to be laying full bore, wide open, 6 weeks before the honey flow. The reason for this is the life cycle of a bee. the life cycle of a bee is the queen lays an egg. In 21 days, that egg becomes an adult worker. So that's 3 of those weeks. The first 3 weeks that the worker is alive as an adult bee, most of the duties are around inside the hive. They're nurse bees, they're house cleaner bees, they're comb producers. So the first 3 weeks they're working inside the hive. That's that second 3 weeks. So the next 3 weeks they're foragers. So you want the maximum amount of foragers that a hive can produce or can have in it at the beginning of the honey flow. And that means your queen needs to be laying wide open 6 weeks before your honey flow starts. That also doesn't take into account really that you might have a beautiful bloom and it rain the whole time that your bloom is happening. That happens to us, and we put bees in canola every year, and you can count on it raining at least half of the time that canola is in bloom. It seems like it's part of Murphy's Law that if you put bees in canola, that guarantees you're going to have at least 2 weeks of rain coming up. And it's amazing that the bees can still make a pretty good surplus just because of the weather that we have in April. Our bloom typically starts on this end of the state somewhere between the 7th and the 10th of April is when locust and tulip poplar usually begin to bloom. And we always have minor blooms coming in before that the bees can build up on and get some natural pollen. We don't depend on just natural pollen because, like I said, if there's a bloom out there, but it rains the entire time the bloom's on, the bees can't access it. So we make sure that they have protein in the hive by doing supplemental feeding at least 6 weeks before that we expect the honey flow to start. We make sure the bees don't run out of pollen or substitute or pollen, protein by feeding pollen substitute. We make sure that they've got carbohydrates by feeding light sugar water, 1-to-1, sometimes even less, like 3/4 sugar and one full part water at 0.7-to-1. And that's what we feed to stimulate the queens into beginning brood production. And some years they don't take hardly any of that because the natural bloom, you can't compete with a natural bloom, which is a good thing. But just in case that it's raining the whole time that your bloom is on, you don't want your bees to start going backwards. That's the one thing that you have to be watching for all the time in the spring, because there's not a neutral in beekeeping or in nature, period. You're either moving forward or you're slipping backwards, one or the other. When you think you're just sitting there in neutral, you're actually going backwards because you're losing time. You're moving against time, or time's moving against you. So keep your bees moving forward. Keep them growing. Don't be afraid to feed bees, or that's what I tell the guys that help me is don't be afraid to feed the bees. You want the bees well fed. We treat our bees like livestock. We want them to be well fed. We want them to be fat and happy. And that's kind of our life motto here, fat and happy, emphasis on fat sometimes. But with your honeybees, to get the maximum honey flow, get the maximum production from your bees, queen's got to be laying wide open 6 weeks before the honey flow. The hive's got to be healthy. That means you got to know your honey flow. Your bee yards have to be the correct size for the flow that you're expecting. This may take you a couple of years or 3 or 4 years to figure out exactly how much of a production you might get from a particular yard. And I've been doing this a little over 30 years. I don't really remember exactly how much over 30 years, 33, 34, something like that. But I still have to judge yards as to how many bees it will support to make a decent honey flow. I don't want to go to a bee yard and find out that I've got 2 frames of honey, you know, at 1st of July when we go and check and see if we have any honey to pull. I don't want to go there and find out that I've got 2 to 3 frames of honey in each honey super all over the yard. Likewise, I don't want to go there and find out that they built comb on the outside of the box and put honey in it because there wasn't any more space inside the box. Or that worse, they've caused the hive to become honey bound and superseded the queen because they made the presumption she wasn't doing her job just because they jammed the brood nest up with honey and she had no place to lay. They will supersede a queen, and sometimes they won't requeen themselves. They may try, but that means that hive is on its way out. So know your yard, know your area, and it's a constant. It's a constant struggle for us, and it'll be a similar struggle for you to try to get the proper number of hives in a particular yard to make the maximum crop of honey without causing them to honey bound the hive and lose queens, or without having 2 or 3 frames of honey in each box that you got to pull and put them all together just to have something to extract. So every year we have a yard that we think, well, we had 40 hives in that yard, we should have put 60, or we had 40 hives in that yard and maybe that was about 20 too many. Don't beat yourself up for thinking that maybe you made a mistake with that. It's something that it's a fluid thing. These honey flows are a fluid thing. They're not exactly the same every year, but they're close enough that you can at least judge the timing that you want the hive out there. And you can adjust the number of hives in a honey yard on the run, kind of, if you have to. Just pay attention to what's going on. Now, I know this don't really apply to a lot of beekeepers because you have 6 hives in your backyard and you're not moving to honey flows, but you will have a honey flow around your house that you need to pay attention to for those 6 hives. And if you have 6 hives and they're starving and can't make enough honey to feed themselves off your local flow, you know why? There just wasn't enough out there. Your bees will take care of themselves as far as supporting their nutritional needs if they're healthy, if they're able to, and if the weather cooperates with the bloom. They're capable of taking care of themselves. They may not make a lot for you, but they will take care of themselves and survive. But so far we've covered that. Got to have healthy hives. That's a must. Got to have the queen at peak production 6 weeks before the flow. That means you've got to know your flow. So the next thing is your equipment. Make sure you put plenty of boxes on at the beginning of the flow. Now, we use a lot of deep boxes for honey production, and there's 2 reasons for that. One is that it's handier to have everything all the same size, so that you're not worried about having to stack equipment and it not all of it not being the same height. If you strap equipment down on a truck, you want it to all be the same level so it's easier to strap down. So that's part of it. one thing that goes kind of under the radar, so to speak, with using deep boxes for honey production is that even though 2 mediums might equal 1 deep in the comb area, you have the top bar and the bottom bar of those 2 medium frames that meet right in the middle of that, where there's not going to be any honey production. And it actually, in some hives, becomes a barrier to the bees to cross that to go into the next box to store honey or to build comb. So you may not ever see that in a hive, but if you keep bees long enough, you'll notice that one hive with a deep honey super, deep frames in a honey super, sitting right next to a hive that has 2 mediums for honey supers, that deep will produce a lot more, quite a bit more than the 2 mediums, given everything else being equal, just because there's no place that the bees have to stop. They will fill up a deep box in almost as short of a time span as they will a medium box, just because there's no barrier to them. That's another reason that we use deep honey supers. One kind of a rabbit trail off of that is I don't have to lift those much anymore. I have other people that do that. So if I was having to lift all of the deep honey supers, I might switch to mediums. Whereas I got some younger backs that handle that. And until they start getting closer to my age and start complaining about it, we'll stick with deeps for right now. We do use a lot of mediums, but primarily it's deep. So know your equipment. Make sure there's plenty of comb area that the bees can store honey in. Make sure they have plenty of storage area before the honey flow starts. You don't want to be caught with rushing around to your beehives trying to put on more room because they have built burr comb above the inner cover and have that stored full of honey. One of the best pieces of advice that I ever got from a fellow beekeeper was from a really good beekeeper that I've known for a long time. He's out of the business now, but a fellow named Gordon Vernon, he told me once, never let the bees see the roof or see the ceiling. And what he meant by that was always keep an empty box on top of your hive. When you look in, it's a pretty simple process. When you take the top off of a hive during a honey flow and you look down into the frames, if the bees are beginning to work up into that upper super, the topmost super, put another super on it right then. And that's what Gordon was talking about. Never let the bees feel like they're working in the very last super that they're going to store honey in. It's almost like a confidence thing. When they perceive that, well, when we get this one full, we can take a break. Either they will take a break or they'll start putting the honey in the brood nest. One of those two things. So that's the part of the equipment, regardless of whether you use shallow supers, medium supers, deep supers, doesn't matter. Always leave a box free at the top of the hive that they can put honey in that they're not working up into yet. If you run out of boxes, take the frames out of one box and take the full frame, just harvest one of the boxes, extract the honey and bring it back and put it right next to the brood nest so that the bees will clean that up quicker and take better care of it. If you put a wet super at the top of a hive, small hive beetles are likely to take up in that super and cause you a lot of problems. But if you put it right next to the brood nest, there'll be enough bees there to properly care for that wet super before the small hive beetles set up housekeeping in it. So that's another consideration.
Right, Kent,
Yeah.
may I interrupt you for a second? There's a question in the chat box while you're talking about wet supers and how to discourage small hive beetle. Somebody has asked how to encourage the bees. If you use a queen excluder, sometimes that ends up affecting honey production. And so he's wondering how you can get those bees to go up above the queen excluder so that they can resume honey production after a queen excluder has gone on to the hive.
If you're using a queen excluder, we use queen excluders for very particular things, not keeping bees out of honey supers, but we do use queen excluders. And if you use a queen excluder, sometimes the bees look at that like a ceiling. They just won't go through it. It's like that they think, well, this is the roof. They put us a ventilated roof on the house here. So, and they just won't go through it. So if they won't, take a frame of open brood. It has to be open brood larva and put it above the queen excluder. Now, if you're using deep boxes for brood boxes and mediums or shallows for honey supers, you can still do that because you can take 2 frames out of your mediums or shallows and replace them with 1 deep frame that will go top to bottom. You gotta have at least 2 mediums or shallows stacked up to do that, but you can still make that work. But you put a frame of open brood above the queen excluder, and that will pull those nurse bees up through the excluder to take care of that open brood. And the one thing that you have to pay attention to is in about a week after you pull that open brood up above the queen excluder, take that frame back out, and if there's queen cells on it, destroy them or do what you want to with them. But don't let those queen cells emerge because it's possible when you move a frame of open brood from the presence of the queen, it's really possible that they could produce a queen on that frame. And it's just a natural thing for the bees to do. So just make sure they don't make a queen cell on it. That will make bees begin to come up through that excluder. And you can even double that and put 2 frames of open brood up there. But just pay attention to it and don't let them make a queen up there because that wouldn't be any good for anybody. So that's how to get bees to come through a queen excluder. That's the best way to do it. I've also heard of people turning queen excluders sideways on a hive, or that the end bars are not covered by the queen excluder, and the bees coming up at each end of the hive and coming up into the honey super. But I had a neighbor beekeeper that actually tried that, and it worked most of the time, but the part of the time that it didn't work was frustrating enough that he quit using it. Sometimes a queen will find her way up in there, even doing it that way. But those are the 2 ways of making bees, kind of coercing bees to come up into the upper supers to work.
I've got another question for you, Kent. Speaking of coercing bees, this one is from Teresa Martin over in Whitley County. If you add an additional super before the one below is about 70% filled, won't the bees chimney up and only add honey to the middle frames? In other words, I guess, that there's a trade-off. You don't want those bees to see the ceiling, but especially I think in July, if you add too much, give them too much room, then they won't completely fill out. Have you got a response to that?
Sure. If you're afraid that your bees are gonna stovepipe your honey supers, then before you add that other super, rotate the full frames of honey to the sides, to each side of the last super that they're working in. Bees always begin working up into a super in the center or right above the brood nest just because even if it's 3 stories above the brood nest, that's where the main heat column goes. And take the frames that they started working up into and rotate them to the sides, and rotate frames that they haven't started working to the center, and that will go a long way toward keeping the bees from stovepipe in the honey nest, honey supers.
And you know, I can't wait to hear your response to this one. There's a question here. Can you train your queen to stay in the brood boxes? Since you have 30 years of experience, Kent, I want to hear your answer on this one.
Well, my answer to this is that we like to look at our bees like they're pets, like our dog, like we can make them sit or make them, roll over and that kind of thing. But believe me, bees are not pets. If when you try to start petting your bees, you're going to see real quick that these things are more like having a field full of Brahma bulls than they are a field full of beloved pets. So there's not really much training that goes on other than the bees training us to not try to train them. I mean, that's the training. It's coming from the other direction. They teach us, we don't teach them.
I agree with that. We have a follow-up question to adding an additional super, which is that wouldn't an additional empty super encourage wax moths?
If you have at the time of year you're going to be making honey, that goes along with making sure you have a big, strong hive. It takes a big hive to make a big crop of honey. And if you have a big, strong hive, they're going to keep the wax moths under control, even if see, when you add that extra super, the bees are working into the super directly below it. So they're already in close enough proximity to where the wax moths or small hive beetles would be coming into, that they'll keep that policed as long as you're keeping that hive moving forward. If the hive ever begins to go backwards in population or in health, that's when you're going to have a problem with pests like wax moth and small hive beetles. As long as they're going forward, building population and continuing in good health, they will keep that one empty super above. Now, you don't want to stack up 10 supers on top of a single brood box, but as long as you're just adding one super above the super that they're working in, you won't have any trouble as long as the hive is healthy and in good condition.
Well, let's talk about some of those reasons why a hive can go backwards. I think at the very beginning, you said you've got to keep pest pressure very low. You've got to have a young productive queen. I think that there's and I'm still learning it, by the way, but there's a fine line between, keeping a colony moving forward and then, creating the perfect circumstances for a colony to swarm. And, I don't know sometimes where that line is, but could you speak for a few minutes about all of those ways that a colony ends up not being able to move forward?
Well, one way a colony is not able to move forward is they run out of resources. And as long as there's fresh pollen, fresh protein available to them, and as long as there is nectar that they can access, they will keep moving forward if they're healthy. And what I've heard already this morning has been really good about advising beekeepers on keeping their hives healthy, keeping them as mite-free as possible, paying attention to virus loads and bacterial issues. All of that plays into this one thing, and that can keep a queen from being productive when a hive does not have the resources coming in the bees lose confidence. I mean, there's not really any better way to put it that we can understand. We understand in losing confidence and being depressed. I don't know if bees get depressed or not. I hope they do, because I hope we're not the only ones with it. But it's almost like they lose confidence that, well, there's looks like the good times are over now, so we better revert back into kind of hunkering down and trying to stay alive. That's when they start going backwards. As long as the resources are there for them, then they're more likely to keep going forward. That depends on a young queen. And you hit the nail on the head when you said there's a fine line between everything going perfect so that you make the maximum crop of honey, and everything going sideways when you're watching your honey crop fly off and light on a limb 40 feet up in a tree. And you want to try to discourage swarming as much as possible by keeping the brood nest open. And there's several different methods of doing this. Little catchphrase things, that like checkerboarding. That's one way to do it, and it's legitimate. That's a good management tool. But just making sure your brood nest stays open where the queen will have a place to lay. A colony doesn't make the decision to swarm unless the brood nest is so crowded that queen pheromone can't spread easily around the queen. When the brood nest gets so crowded that the queen pheromone don't get out to the perimeter or the periphery of the brood nest, that's when you start seeing swarm cells built, because this queen pheromone goes from the queen out to the periphery of the brood nest and back to the queen. And that's something that's not really that well understood. If the queen does not get some of that queen pheromone fed back to her, that's the stimulation, that's the stimulus for her to lay an egg in a vertical cell. And that's when you start having the swarm problem. So an open brood nest is as open as possible. That means free of pollen and free of nectar also. You don't want them storing nectar in the brood nest, but keep that brood nest as open as possible. And whatever method you use, checkerboarding or just adding frames or drawn comb, a frame of undrawn foundation is not sufficient to keep a brood nest open. That actually congests it a little bit more than it was, but it's better than nothing, I guess. It makes you feel good, and it makes me feel good anyway, putting it in there, whether it works or not. But keeping a hive from swarming, that's necessary to make a good crop of honey.
Well, let's stay on that topic a little bit, Kent. We will have the Chasing Feral Swarms president on later this afternoon, but I think it's always a good idea for people to begin considering reversing their hives. And I got this piece of advice from a beekeeper here in Adair County, Lucky Frost. Some of the folks on this call may know who Lucky Frost is.
Yeah, I know.
He likes to, for him, weather permitting, and I want to underscore that. He likes to reverse his hives around Valentine's Day, to like you say, to support your point here, where it gives it gives the queen more places to lay brood. It opens up that brood a little bit more, gives the bees a little bit more room to move up and out. And so that's one of his ways of reducing swarming, but he starts that Valentine's Day, if temperatures permit. And so that way, he can provide more room for his bees. And we've had swarms as early as March the 4th in some years. So I wonder if you have any other kind of tried and true measures to prevent swarming.
Well, what you described, Lucky, doing is exactly right. If you're using 2 deep boxes or 2 boxes for a brood nest, and there's not but a handful of bees in the bottom one, there's no reason to leave it down there. Put your main brood nest on the bottom, and regardless of what time of year it is, it's just better to always have your brood nest on the bottom, as long as it has food available to it, of course. But that's right. Reversing the boxes is a good tool. The way we reduce swarming is not something that everybody is going to want to do, because we reduce swarming by making up winter losses by making our own nukes out of our own bees. And when you take 2 or 3 frames of bees out of the brood nest and replace that with drawn comb, you just you've set that calendar back about 3 weeks on your hive swarming, and you are taking away from the production of the hive, but it's a trade-off. You're gaining a hive, you're making everything as equal as possible. That's another thing that we do. Once we get all of our empties filled up, then we equalize everything. And typically, if you have 10 hives, you'll have 3 or so of those hives that are just monsters. They're huge, they're full of brood, and you'll have 3 of them that are on the other end of that spectrum, sort of lagging behind for whatever reason. And then you'll have the other 4 that are just mediocre. They're okay. They're going to be all right, but they're not as big as the monsters, but they're in better shape than the little ones. And you take those monster hives and you divide everything up, making sure that you don't move the queen. You divide everything up to make all of them a similar size. And that keeps your small hives alive, because a lot of times the reason that a hive is small in the spring when you're wanting it to build up is because either the queen didn't start laying quite as early as the other ones, or there was a lot of drift into those other hives. As the honey flow is in the direction of the big hives, the bees are going to stop at some of the first places that they can unload their nectar, and that's going to cause an issue of drift. And your big hives will get bigger, your smaller hives will keep getting smaller. It's no fault of the queen, it's no fault of the health. It's just the nature of honeybees to want to unload as quick as they can when they're in a honey flow. So that queen can't produce any more than what the nurse bees are going to take care of. Even if she lays more eggs, they will cannibalize the eggs or larvae, because they can't cover the brood nest, so, and keep the brood nest the right humidity and right temperature. But when you equalize all the hives, then those queens that you thought were not really that good will turn out to be pretty good queens most of the time, just because you've put a big influx of nurse bees in there. You've increased the heat in the colony, and everything is better when it's all equalized in a bee yard. And that will keep your big hives from swarming, maybe. Keeping things from swarming, you just can't say, I did this and they will not swarm. That goes in with training bees. You know, if you think you've trained your bees not to swarm, they will teach you that they train you to understand that you're not that good at keeping them from swarming. So that's one tool that we use. We make nukes to make up our winter losses, and then we equalize hives to keep the big hives from just getting overblown with population, and make the small hives, give them every chance to be a good hive. And that goes a long way towards eliminating swarming, but it does not eliminate swarming. We still have swarms.
There was a question in the chat about wrapping hives, and where you are, I think you're in a lower zone than I am in Lexington, and I'm pretty sure where Charlie is out in Hazard. I don't think you wrap hives.
We don't wrap hives. we don't wrap hives here where we live. I can see the advantage of wrapping a hive. Even where I live, there used to be a really good beekeeper that lived in Paducah, and he used to wrap his hives with black tar paper, but he would watch the weather forecast, and I mean he was like the most labor intensive guy that I've ever known. Uh, but when the weather forecast was for the nighttime temperatures to get under 20 degrees, he would wrap his hives with tar paper and put a piece of tar paper over the top of them. And then when the temperature got up, he'd go take it all off. And he had about 75 hives. And he did this religiously, and he lost a lot fewer bees than any of the other beekeepers around Paducah. And everybody down here would do that if it wasn't so labor intensive. So there is an advantage to wrapping hives, but you have to kind of weigh that advantage against what it costs you to do it. In your area, I'm sure it will be an advantage, but in mine, not so much.
You know, the rule of thumb, I think, has been if you had a healthy hive going into winter, you wouldn't necessarily need to wrap hives in this area in Kentucky. But we have had some unusual climatic changes since I've started keeping bees, and I can see why some people would consider it. I understand why somebody would want to do it, but you know, 200 hives is a lot to get out and wrap and unwrap too if it were to get really warm all of a sudden. So somebody asked,
Tammy, could I put something in on that?
Sure.
White Wells out of Ohio kind of taught me this one. But if you when you're painting your hives, not to paint them white, that you don't want to paint them black or super dark color, but just a warm color, so that in the winter, that when the sun gets on the hive, it'll actually warm the hive up, or if it's white, it'll reflect the heat and it'll warm the hive up, and then they can break cluster and then they can move around. And that's just by not painting your hive white, just a warmer color. And in the summer, there's enough bees that there's plenty population to keep the air circulated in there to keep them cool. Now, I'm not suggesting you go in and paint something the color of my shirt that I'm wearing here, or my sweater, but just, you know, a nice earth tone, and that'll make a big difference, and you won't have to wrap. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
So with wrapping, the winter losses that I see in my region anyway, the bees don't really die just because of the cold. They die because they clustered away from the food source. And if you wrap a hive, that may give you a few degrees, or if you paint a hive a darker color, it may give you that few degrees that allows the cluster to move. It you know, when you get down to 30 degrees or so, and it don't get above 30 degrees for a few days, the cluster is going to be static in the hive. The cluster itself is not going to move. And if they clustered away from food, or if they consume all the food in the cluster, then they've only got a couple of days to live if the cluster can't move to food. But the advantage of wrapping or painting a hive a darker color, it may give you that few degrees that allows the cluster itself to move as a unit to where the food is. And we address that problem in this end of the state anyway, with trying to push all the bees down into a single deep going into the winter, and then putting a solid sugar patty directly on top of the cluster of bees in a single deep or in a nuke. to just put the bees in the smallest possible box that they will fit in, and put a solid sugar patty right on top of the cluster, and they can't hardly get away from the food. I mean, they're in contact with the food all winter, and they generally cluster directly under that food patty. You just have to check it every couple of weeks to make sure they haven't eaten up through the center of it and are running out of food. But that's the way we have a little bit more guarantee. We lose about 5% of our bees over the winter that are in single boxes. And we lose about 15% of the bees over winter that are in double boxes. And some of them you just can't push down because you'd be dividing the brood nest and it just wouldn't work. And they stay in double boxes, and wrap or not, we lose about 15% just because they cluster in a bad place.
I think that's one thing to, underscore if somebody is going to consider reversing around Valentine's Day is whatever you do, don't separate that brood. That would definitely make the bees go in reverse, to your point earlier in the talk. A person in chat has said this, basically at this recent conference in Tennessee, a bigger hive will outproduce or make more honey than the smaller hives combined. An example given was that a hive with 60,000 bees will make 4 times as much honey as 4 hives with 15,000 bees, and I think all of us agree with that. It was basically it was a response to this preference to equalizing hives, and I think what your point is in terms of equalizing hives at the beginning of the year is basically I had asked you about what a tried and true method is to prevent swarms, and I think that was your point to that.
That was the point. And when we equalize our hives, see, our honey flow starts around beginning in the second week of April. When we equalize our hive, it's usually the 3rd week of March. So there's a lot of time for those hives to recover population before the honey flow starts.
Yeah. And we have a question here about, do you leave traps for swarms? Are swarm traps near your own apiary? And of course, I, having gone to the field event at your place a number of times, I can certainly share that it seems like Kent has it perfectly timed, that as soon as opening day, and this year it'll be April the 28th, for those of you who are marking your calendar, there will be a swarm, and a whole slew of folks will go and catch this swarm. So anyway, I've answered that question for you, Kent, but I just wanted to give you a chance to say something about hosting swarm traps on your property.
Yeah, I don't put any swarm traps of my own on my property, but I have a neighbor. I mean, I'm kind of like spreading the wealth, I guess. I have a neighbor that he puts swarm traps all around my bee yards. He tries to find out where I'm going to put bees so that he can put his swarm traps up around there. And he comes out pretty good by it, I guess. And I'm happy for him. I've had my day. I'll let him have his.
And you have a fan on here named Larry Fugit who has agreed with a number of your comments throughout your talk this morning, but he does have a question for you, which is, how do you feel about feeding through the winter time? Now remember, Kent is over in the western part of the state. He is not eastern Kentucky, he is not bluegrass. He's definitely western Kentucky, and he does run his bees in Mississippi.
Well, if you look at our climate here, we are a lot nearer to the same climate as Memphis, Tennessee, than we are to Louisville, Kentucky. In fact, if Memphis has weather of one kind, we'll have it the next day, the same thing. And for that reason, the way we do feed bees all winter long, but we feed them this solid food patty, solid sugar patty all winter long, and keep that available for them. But I'm not recommending that people in your area do that. I mean, if you put them in a single box in your area, they'll survive just like they will here. But you got to keep that food patty in contact with a cluster all the time. Problem is that you have to make a judgment on whether or not you can push all the bees into a single box, and you have to make that judgment about Halloween. And it's not every hive that will push down into a single box. And in the case of those hives, we put a food patty almost like an emergency patty on top of the last box that has honey in it for the bees, hoping that if they eat up through the honey, they'll stick with that patty. Bees very seldom move laterally to honey. They'll move vertically because that's where the heat's going, but they don't move laterally near as well. So a honey frame to the side of a cluster is not worth nearly what one is directly above the cluster. They're likely to never access the one to their side. So if you're going to feed, put it directly above the cluster, even if it's 2 boxes above the cluster on top of honey.
So, Kent, while it's gone quiet in the chat room for a second here, I've enjoyed some of your talks about what you wish you had known when you first started. And so, would you mind sharing some of those with some of these folks here? I think there's some people who are, you know, still what we would call hobbyist or backyard beekeepers are thinking about maybe becoming sideliners or commercial.
Well, the one mistake that hobbyists, and I'm a hobbyist too. I've been a hobbyist too, but the one mistake that they almost always make is thinking that a commercial outfit operates in such a different way than them that they can't adopt any of those practices. You shouldn't look at a commercial beekeeper as a commercial beekeeper. They should be looked at as a professional beekeeper. And if you've got one hive, you can operate like a professional. You may not can operate like a commercial and send bees to almonds or send bees in other parts of the country following honey flows, but you can be professional. Being professional means that you learn everything that you can about bees and about the pests. Don't stop with learning about bees. Learn about their pests and what can kill your bees or cause them to be not productive. Learn everything that you can about that, and then apply what you know to your bees, just like a professional beekeeper would. And you can learn that from professional beekeepers. They're usually really forthcoming about what they do to keep their bees alive. And that's the question that needs to be asked. If you're talking to a commercial beekeeper, what do you do to keep your bees alive? That's one thing, probably the main thing that I wish that I had kind of got that in my head a lot sooner than I did when I first started beekeeping, was that I could glean a lot of information off of people that I thought were way above me in the area of beekeeping, but I could have gotten a lot of information that would have saved me a lot of pain if I had applied it. You don't have to apply it on the scale that a commercial beekeeper uses. You can break that down. I mean, it's no different than using a feed recipe where somebody starts with saying, we'll take 1,000 pounds of sugar. Well, you can break that down into a 5-pound bag. You know, if you just break it down to a digestible size for your operation, and take the advice of people that actually keep their bees alive. And I still do that. I mean, when I'm talking to people that have 20,000 colonies, I want to know how they keep their bees alive from one year to the next, and what problems that they have and what they see coming. That's the big thing. we can learn to deal with what we've got here now by talking with people like Tammy and other people that are presenting at this school. We can learn to deal with what we've got now. It's what's coming that you got to be prepared for. And most of those professionals kind of have their thumb on the pulse, you know, of what's on the way and what they're preparing for. So that's one thing that I wish that I had kind of got into my head a little bit quicker. The other thing is, I wish that I'd not tried to reinvent the wheel so many times, and I'm still bad about that. I hadn't broke myself from that yet. But when you see somebody using something that works and they're making their living doing it, that usually means that's the cheapest, most effective, most efficient way to get the job done. And cheapest, efficient, and effective works whether you got 10 hives or 10,000. And I wish I hadn't tried to find a better way when that they were already using the better way.
So I've got a question for you, but I'm going to murder it in its translation. The comment here in chat says, I had 4 boxes die in October, but there was comb in boxes. I'm thinking maybe that means honey. In December, I noticed one of the empty boxes had a lot of bees. Where could they have come from? I'm thinking those are robbers. My other boxes are fine. I'm feeding them now. Will they possibly stay and make a queen? And it does say empty comb. I'm not sure how to interpret that.
Well, there are exceptions, but we hope you don't have those exceptions.
And Kent, you may be breaking up on us a little bit. I realize we've gotten lucky. We've had you for a good solid 54 minutes now and haven't had a disruption in technology.
But don't give up. We might still.
I'm with you. We're with you. We're hanging with you. Oh yeah, somebody says maybe that person means empty comb, as in C-O-M-B. Okay, all right.
They mean empty comb, I'm sure. But if you have bees that are living in a hive, but there's no queen in there over the winter, by the time spring gets there, if there's no queen in there, they're not going to make one. Now, it's possible you might put a frame of brood in there with them, and they're probably still not going to be very good at making a queen, but you can put a frame of brood with a cell on it in there and they might make it.
All right. Well, I think, Kent, do you have any last thoughts to leave us with?
Last thoughts to leave you with, don't give up. If your bees die, there's more bees out there. Don't give up. Learn to make more bees. That's the way you stay in business, is learning how to take one hive and turn it into 5. Even if you don't make a honey crop, at least you'll still be in business.
Keep your bees moving forward.
Keep them going forward. Don't let them go backwards, ever. Even going into the winter, don't let them feel like they're going backwards.
Thank you so much, Kent. I really appreciate you talking with us this morning.
Well, I appreciate y'all letting me.
Yeah, that was awesome, Ken. I learned a lot. That was great. Appreciate you. And we've got some excellent speakers coming after the break. We're going to take about a 30-minute break. Be back at 12:30, I think, according to the schedule. We'll post that again here in a minute. Also, we're going to post an evaluation up during lunch. I know some people calling in or about registering said they had to leave in the afternoon. So we're going to go ahead and post that now. Just look in the chat box and you'll be able to just click on that or a link and fill that out real quick. It's real short. It won't take you very long to do it. We'll also post it at the end of the day as well. So we appreciate that. We use those every year when we have these schools. We sit down afterwards and go through those evaluations, and we use that to tailor made what you guys want to hear and fix these schools so it's beneficial to you guys. So appreciate it. Go grab you a little bite to eat or take a little break, and we'll be back in at 12:30. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, just giving everybody about a 5-minute warning before we start back. The link to the evaluation is up on the chat page. If you haven't done that yet and you're not going to be around this afternoon or have to leave early, please go ahead and click on that and fill out that evaluation. It doesn't take very long to do that. We'd appreciate it. Thank you, and we'll see you in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Hi, Charles. How are you?
I am good.
I didn't realize that Kentucky was playing Tennessee today. Isn't that?
Oh, I'm getting all kinds of texts from my neighbor, man. He's a hardcore Tennessee fan. I don't know. I'm hoping for a victory. If not, I'm gonna have to
I
sell
hope
my
so
house and
too.
move.
What brought a Tennessee fan up to Perry County, Kentucky?
I'd say we got some Tennessee fans on board. We always do. It's always kind of fun. You're the people you used all the time. I don't remember their names. Came to the school, was from Tennessee.
It wasn't you mean he was a speaker at one of our previous schools?
Yeah, he and his wife both.
No, it wasn't Mr. Holcomb.
Yeah, the Holcombs. They were from Tennessee, right?
Yes, they were, but they're from Shelbyville.
Okay. We
Must
had a keynote speaker that was from Tennessee one
Yeah,
time.
yeah. Oh my goodness, his name is escaping me right now. I can't believe. I'll
Really
look it
funny.
up.
He was a funny guy. He was entertaining. I really
Yeah,
liked
he
him.
is.
A
Yeah,
professor. I believe he was a professor
right.
at UT. Is he?
John, I want to say his first name was John. It wasn't Skidmore. I'll look it up. I'll find it.
That sounds right. Skidmore,
It's
maybe
not
the
right.
last name.
It's in the neighborhood, but it's not. I'll see if I can't pull this up really quickly. But oh no, we are at 12:30. I'll deal with this later.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get cranking. Our next speaker is Scott Moore, and you want to go ahead and introduce him? I think he's on or was. Hopefully he's ready to go. So we'll go ahead and start back, folks. Don't forget the valuation. It's still in the chat box. You can click on that and fill that out. We'll have it up again at the end of the school. We got some excellent speakers this afternoon, so it looks like most people stayed with us. Jeremy just put the valuation back up. So Tammy, I will turn it back over to you and we can get rolling.
Charles,
Okay.
let me throw in something real quick. There is
Go
a
ahead,
question
sir.
in the chat box from somebody in Elliott County. They don't have an agent or an association. And I'm not familiar with the neighboring counties up there, so I don't know what the situation is, but just check out that question in the chat.
Okay.
Charlie, Elliott County will be having a new agent in the near future.
Thanks, Keith. I didn't see that, what that question was, but yeah, I mean, I know Floyd County, Keith, that just chimed in there, has got a big beekeepers association. So maybe until they get one and get going. Does Elliott County, Keith, have a beekeepers association?
Not to my knowledge, but there's several good experienced beekeepers in Lawrence and round both. Depending on what part of Elliott she's in, she might want to get up with us and we can see about suggesting somebody to her that's closer.
That sounds good. I
Just
didn't
put your email in the chat box so that she can get a hold of you easy.
Okay, will do.
Yeah, that'd be
There's the same situation from Madison County. Be somebody from the Bluegrass area would be a good one for that.
So Madison County does have a beekeepers association. Kent Kessler is the president of that association. So if that person is serious about trying to reach out to the beekeeping association, they can either go to the KSBA website and pull up the list of associations and look for Madison County, or they can go to the Kentucky Department of Ag honeybee website, and that list is also there with Kent's information.
Yeah, just, as Keith was saying, just contact your local county extension office and they should be able to direct you to somebody. But Keith Ackworth is the A&R agent, my counterpart in Floyd County, and I know they have a big one, and reach out to Keith and he can probably help you out. Thanks, Keith. Appreciate you putting that up. Again, just want to say a quick thanks to all these speakers that came on a Saturday, giving up their time to do this for you all. I appreciate them so much. And these ag agents that's out there, Keith Hackworth and Floyd, and you got Jeremy Williams in Harlan County, and Shad Baker in Letcher County. I appreciate you guys so much. And then my ex-coworker, we brought her back as a bookkeeper, but Jan Gibson was a 4-H agent here in Perry County, is totally volunteering today to monitor the chat box and help me out. And she's always been everyone to school. So appreciate everybody, pitching in to do this. So with that, Tammy, I will turn it over to you to introduce our next speaker and we'll get rolling.
All right. I will continue the shout out to the county extension agents. Beth Wilson over in Pulaski County is setting up an in-person beekeeping program. It's supposed to be from 9 until 10 on March the 22nd. And so you may want to reach out to, if you are in that area of the state, you may want to reach out to Beth Wilson. Again, that right now it could change, but it's supposed to be in person. And so our next speaker is Scott Moore. He is the Kentucky State Beekeepers Association Certified Kentucky Honey Program Manager. He has been on board with this since the beginning of 2021. He successfully shepherded the KSBA honey booth at the Kentucky State Fair, did a phenomenal job with that. And he and the KSBA board was successful this year in getting a Kentucky Ag Development Grant to continue the Certified Kentucky Honey Program. And he will be talking about honey labeling. So I'm going to turn it over to Scott now.
Thank you, Tammy. Let me get my presentation pulled up here and let's hope. Wrong button, sorry. Okay. Can everybody see that? Is my screen up correctly?
Yes, looks good.
So as Tammy said, I have been the Certified Honey Program Manager for almost just right at a year now. And one of the things that she also mentioned was part of that responsibility is, along with the KSBA president, running the honey booth at the state fair. And we've also begun to branch out into doing some other events. Tammy and Jessica were at the Kentucky Women in Ag conference back in November, where we had some members' honeys for sale. And Jessica and I were at the Kentucky Farm Bureau trade show in December, where we had about 10 members selling honey at that event. But obviously the state fair is the big event. We had just under 40 members at last year's state fair. Over the 10-day period, we sold close to 3,000 pounds of honey and just under $50,000 in gross sales. And one of the big things that came to my attention as we were planning for that event was the requirement for a legal honey label within the state of Kentucky. And thinking back to my time when I first started looking into beekeeping, I spent a good year running up to it, going to different local association meetings. I know I went down to Kelly's field day that particular year and read, books and all that kind of stuff, just trying to get myself prepared. And one of the things that never really came up in any of that was what's actually required for your honey label. And I don't know if many people know that all honey labels are required to be submitted to the state for review and subsequent approval. So this process falls under the Cabinet for Health and Family Services, Department of Public Health Food Safety branch. They have published a manual to help aid in this, and it's called the Commercial Food Manufacturing in Kentucky, a starter guide, latest edition, which I believe the latest edition was from April of last year. And in speaking with them this week and preparing for this, they are working on an update that will come out later this year. So, and you can find that online, and I'll have some other contact information later in the presentation. So I just want to take this moment because I know we get a lot of confusion on our end that Kentucky State Beekeeping Association has nothing to do with the legality of your honey label. We do try to disseminate this information to our producer members so that they are legal, but we have nothing to do with this. This all falls under this branch. Now we do have the Certified Kentucky Honey Program, which does have a label for your honey, and I'll get into that later in the discussion. So today I just want to run through what is actually required on your honey label, and then I'll have the process for submitting that to the state for review, and then I'll briefly touch on a few other honey labels that you might find on different jars and what they mean. So here is actually my honey label that I have. And I want to also mention that there is no requirement that your label has to be professionally done. You can print labels at home. There's many different programs that have that kind of operation. I know Avery, the label maker, has a specific honey label template, so you can buy that. You can print those at home if you would like, or you can, I know all the bee supply houses have labels where that you can buy a generic label, or you can go semi-custom, custom. But there is no requirement on where you actually obtain your labels from, so printing from home is perfectly fine. So the first requirement is the statement of identity. So basically, what is your product? What is it commonly called? Obviously, we're here talking about honey. So that's what we have here. And it needs to be the most prominently displayed line on your label. The second thing that is required is the name of the manufacturer. So it can obviously be your company name, farm name, or it can also be your individual name. It just needs to be identified on your label. Third thing that is required is the address of the manufacturer. Pretty simple, but it needs to have street address, city, state, and zip. So all that is required. A website or an email is not required, but obviously, if you're selling honey, you want people to come back. So you can add those additional lines if you want. And then the last thing that's required is the net quantity of content. So here we show both English and metric units. Both of those units are required for the label. You cannot just have the English only. So in a little bit further discussion on quantity of contents, since honey is heavier than water, our labels need to be listed by weight in ounces and grams, not pounds and volume. And the only exception to this rule is once you do get over 16 ounces, which is 1 pound, obviously, you can start to list your label in pounds. So here's some examples that we have. So on a 1 pound jar, you have the option to list it as 16 ounces or 454 grams. You need both those numbers, or you can actually at that point start going up to 1 pound. With the metric unit there. You can see 2 pounds, 32 ounces, or 2 pounds with the English 908 grams mentioned in both. 1 pint and 1 quart are again over 1 pound, so you can see where that's listed in either version, ounces or pounds on those particular jars. And as a side note, since we were talking about honey being heavier than water, it might be important to note the need to buy proper honey jars for your honey. Some people might go and just grab some canning jars at Walmart, Dollar General, but you need to know that those are calibrated in fluid ounces using the weight of water. So if you were to fill that with honey, you're actually going to be overfilling it by weight since honey is heavier than water. And there is a fill line that needs to be noted when you're filling honey. So obviously if you're filling over, you're giving more than what you're selling for. And if you're under that line, you're shorting the customer on what they think they're buying. So that's just kind of a little side note. On other label requirements, we're just going to dive in a little bit deeper here. So on the statement of identity and the net quantity of contents, those are required to be on the principal display panel. So front, top of the box. Here's one of our producer members. So this is the front of his box. Obviously, he's got comb honey underneath the display window, and he has both English and metric listed in the net quantity. So this would be a legal front main label on this particular box of honey. The ingredient statement, if required, and the name and address of the manufacturer can actually be on separate labels, either on the back or bottom of the package. So looking at the same package of comb honey here, we see this member does have a label on the back of the package, which has the name of the manufacturer and his full address. So this package of comb honey here with both the front and the back label meets all of the requirements. On ingredient statements, if it's a true single ingredient honey, it does not require an ingredient listing. The only time that you would need to add that would be if you're adding a flavor to the honey. If you're just infusing it with a flavor on an extracted honey, or if you're making creamed honey with flavoring, You would then need to add an ingredient listing. And here's an example of somebody adding lemon oil to honey to give it a lemon flavoring. And the final requirement that the state requires is that all print on your label should be no smaller than a 6-point font. And as you can see right there, 6-point font is relatively small. I would think most labels, with the exception of maybe a little 2-ounce honey bear, shouldn't have any issues meeting that demand. A nutrition fact panel. Many small scale food producers would be exempted from this requirement. This is regulated through the FDA. I've listed the website there. If you go to the starter guide, the commercial food starter guide that the state issues, they have this link there as well. And basically, to meet the exemption, it's based on number of employees you employ, how many units you're missing, how many units you're producing per year. And most of us would fall in that exemption where it would not be needed on our honey jars. However, it's automatically kicked in, and the small business exemption is not applicable if you make any kind of a nutrient content claim, any kind of a health claim, or you provide any other kind of nutrition information. Once you do that, the exemption no longer applies, and you are required to put that nutrition fact panel on your jar of honey. So here is the contact information to the state. And this is kind of, I'm stopping here to give you this information because up to this point, everything I've talked about is what is required for a legal honey label within the state of Kentucky. So to submit the label, they ask to submit either a PDF or document or an image file. PDF is preferred, and email that directly to the food.safety@kentucky.gov email with the subject line attention labeling. Leslie Cobb is the contact over there at the food safety branch that heads up the labeling department. And if you need to call, I've also provided that phone number. And I will add this information into the chat box after the presentation.
Mr. Moore, before you get too far, there's a couple of questions here that pertains to some of the things earlier.
Okay.
One of them was the client says that I was told that you could not hand write the weight on the labels, but one of your examples had handwritten weights on the label. So is that not a rule, or is it a rule?
As far as my understanding, it is perfectly fine to write the weight on there. And if Tammy knows anything different, by all means, please chime in.
I mean, to me, that's one of the things that you're going to need to work with Kentucky Department of Food Safety on. They have made exceptions, especially when Kentucky State Beekeepers Association asked for donations of honey that we then provide to the big ham breakfast at the state fair. We don't always know what volunteers are going to provide to us. So we then handwrite those weights when the volunteer donations of honey come to the state fair. And the Kentucky Department of Food Safety understands that situation, and they make an allowance for that because we're not charging money for that honey. It has been given to us, it's been donated to us. And so that's one exception that I know has been made, but that's a Kentucky Department of Food Safety issue.
Okay, so in other words, they prefer to have it typed on there. Okay.
Correct.
And one other short thing, what about using a PO box for the address? Is that allowed?
As far as I understand it, it is allowed as long as you have a full address where you can be able to be contacted. It is allowed.
Can someone explain what does unfiltered mean? Unfiltered honey.
I don't know if it's pertaining to a particular label or if just in general, but there's different levels of filtration that you can run your honey through. There's different screens that have set micron, filtering requirements. If you're not filtering it, you might just be running it through a strainer to remove any large, bee debris or any kind of wax particles, but not running it through several different filters to filter out all the nutrients and everything and the pollen.
Okay, thank you.
So moving forward from what was required for your label, there are other labels that you might encounter on honey jars, but these are optional and they're not required for a legal label in Kentucky. One that I see quite a bit is the crystallization label. A lot of people, a lot of beekeepers put this on their honey jars so people are aware that honey will crystallize. And there's an example there, and it gives how to reliquify the honey after it has crystallized. Another one that beekeepers might really want to consider is a liability sticker about not feeding honey to infants under 1 year of age. And that is because of botulism spores. At under 1 year, infants are susceptible to that, and you can find that in honey. So it is not required, but it might be something that you really want to consider putting on there if you're selling your honey. And another requirement, if you cite your honey as a monofloral honey, which for examples there of sourwood or clover, you are required by the FDA to have documentation that honey contains at least 46% of the stated floral pollen, and you need to be able to show that documentation if it is asked for. Some other labels that you might see on honey here in Kentucky is a Kentucky Proud label. Kentucky Proud is a program that serves the whole range of agricultural products across the Commonwealth. So pork producers, cattle, chickens, and bees as well. Unfortunately, in terms of honey, the only requirement for us to carry the Kentucky Proud label here is that the honey is bottled in the state. So, for example, the honey jar that you see on the screen there, I bought at Kroger's. My local Kroger's had this honey, and it has a Kentucky Proud label on it. So it can cause confusion among consumers, because if you weren't knowledgeable about the industry and you saw that sticker, you might just assume that honey automatically came from Kentucky, and that might not be necessarily the case. It could have come off of hives that were sent out to California, or it could have been honey that was bought in bulk from Michigan and brought down and bottled here. Not to say that anything is wrong with that honey. It's just to say that if somebody was looking for a local honey that was close to them from the state of Kentucky, that might not necessarily be what is in that bottle. So to that end, back in 2019, Kentucky State Beekeepers Association created the Certified Kentucky Honey Program. So this is another label that you might see on honey jars here in the state. So the Certified Kentucky Honey Producers is the marketing brand of the KSBA. We promote and certify the purchase of honey that is produced, harvested, and bottled within the Commonwealth of Kentucky. So if a consumer were to see that label, then they know 100% sure that that honey was produced here in the state of Kentucky. The primary intent is to promote truth in labeling. A whole other topic would be honey adulteration, which we won't get into today, but that is really what we're trying to target with this program. We also focus on the promotion and marketing of our producer members throughout the state and connecting the local consumer with local honey. And tying back into what Jessica was showing earlier on the website, we have a buy local page where consumers can go to the website, go to that buy local page and go by county. And we have a listing of all of our producer members that produce within that county, so they can get even closer to home. Our memberships are based on how much was produced the prior honey harvest. You can see the varying rates there for dues. We do run the application for verification through local association presidents. So anytime I get an application in, I'm in contact with those local association presidents to make sure that that honey producer is an active member in good standing, and to have that association president verify that their apiaries with those number of hives is in fact in that county. We do have some members that aren't necessarily local association or in local associations, and there's other things we can do to verify those apiaries if they are not. So just anybody that's in that situation can contact me, and we can work around that. So you can apply either through paper application sent to our PO box, or we have an online application form which accepts PayPal. KSBA membership is a part of our program. It's included in the dues. So all of the benefits of the KSB as far as educational courses and all that kind of stuff is also available to our membership as well. And that is all I have. And
Mr. Moore, I've got some questions for you.
Okay.
Okay, where can one have their honey tested to determine if it is a monofloral?
So there's, and it's unfortunately become a bit of an issue the last couple of years with the pandemic. There are several labs in the country that prior to the pandemic did it. I think some of them are back up and running now. UC Berkeley, I believe, out in California does it. Tammy knows a lot more about that than I probably would off the top of my head. I know I have some in a file, but off the top of my head, she probably knows a lot more.
Oh, I think the Bluegrass Community and Tech College here in Lexington will be opening their honey testing lab in later this summer, like July 2022. You'll have to just stand by for more information. We'll be putting that information in the beelines, but I'll also have it on the KDA Honeybee website. The Paleo Institute in Colorado charges $200 a sample, but I know that they are capable of doing a pollen analysis. So that's another option. If you're wanting to just test for honey adulteration, Sweetwater Lab out of Missouri can do it. I do not know what they charge.
Okay, we have one here that at one time, the food safety may have required a phone number. Do we know for sure? I know addresses were required, but no, should the phone number be also included on the label?
Phone number is not a requirement, just
Okay.
the full street address with city, state, and zip.
Okay, and how does the Kentucky veteran-owned business label fit into honey?
If they were talking about it's a division of the Kentucky Proud program.
Okay.
If that's what they're talking about. And on their website, they actually have a couple of different subset programs to the Kentucky Proud. They have an Appalachia Proud and a Veteran Proud.
Okay, so it's an additional label that they can apply for.
It is, yeah, and it's a part of the Kentucky Proud program. They have just a few subdivisions of that.
Okay, Jessica has put the link in here for the certified honey program. So thank you for doing that. And Mike wants to know, is that a one-time certification or is it an annual fee?
It is an annual certification. So right now we run on calendar year. So certification runs to December 31st of that year.
Okay. How often do you review your list and add members that have been certified but are not listed? Is that an annual thing as well?
Correct. So I work with our website administrator to keep the membership rolls up to date. And he is the one that works on the buy local page. But I sent him all the updates on the membership.
And we need some contact information on where to send your label so that can be state approved.
I will add that to the box, to the chat box.
Chat box. Okay, good. Yep.
Okay, we're kind of getting behind time. If we can move on, you can continue to ask your questions in the chat box, and we'll pick them up at the end if we need to be. With that, Tammy, I will turn it back over to you to introduce our next speaker.
Okay, well, it is my pleasure to introduce Larry Young. He is no stranger to the beekeeping community in Eastern Kentucky. He and his brother Ray have been running bees, and not just in Eastern Kentucky. I know that they've had some over in, I think, in Bullitt County at one point in time. But he has been the president of the Powell County Beekeepers. He was the 2021 Kentucky State Beekeeping Association Beekeeper of the Year. He has been on the board of the Kentucky Queen Bee Breeders Association since it was started in 2017, 2018. And he has been a steadfast volunteer in the Purdue Mite Biter program, in which they were able to, the Chasing Feral Bee folks were able to provide Purdue researchers samples of bees, which showed that Eastern Kentucky bees have fundamentally a different mitotype than other types of bees that are more homogenized throughout the rest of the country. So he has been a real leader in helping queen stock diversity in our state. And I've invited him to talk about beginning beekeeping, even though he has this high level experience with diversifying queen stock, because I think he works with a lot of beginners. I know sometimes if I can't get to Wolfe County to talk to their 4-H'ers, I can pick up the phone and call Larry, and he'll make it happen. So with Larry, with that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Tammy. You know, it's all about the bees. It's not about us. And we just want to do whatever we can to help in whatever area of beekeeping that we can. And, you know, and if we're getting up in years, and if we die off and we take this knowledge with us. We've not done what we needed to with it. So we're wanting to share what little bit of information that we have. So thank you very much. At this time, I'll move over and try to share my screen with you. Can you see that?
Yeah, you're good.
Yep, got
Okay.
you, Larry.
All right, this beginning beekeeping, I wanted to emphasize that education is the most important thing. And for people that's considering beginning beekeeping, then you need to start with education. So that's what this PowerPoint's about, is education and showing you a little bit about the biology and the components that's involved in getting started. So here we go. Let's get started. So we'll start out with the prerequisites of and trying to understand about the bees, and information on bee biology is the one of the main things that you need to research and educate yourself in. And then we want to show you the beehive components, help you with some guidelines on about location, your personal protective equipment, and your beekeeping equipment. Plus, you have to develop and commit to time and interest to the bees, and then of course decisions to be made about the bees and the type of bees that you want to keep, and the type of management plan that you might develop. And within the timeline here, we'll try to get down to the bee part. So let's move on down to the biology. Today, beekeeping isn't only a skill the way it was when I was learning and when I started out. It's both a skill or an art and a science, and a lot of science involved, and biology being one part of that. So if you look at this drawing here, you'll see that from the start, the queen lays the egg. The egg emerges into a larva in 3 to 4 days, stays at a pupa stage to about day 10, where they cap it off, and then it starts to metamorphosize from a pupa into an adult bee and starts developing within that cell, and stays there throughout 21 days, and that's for the worker. Once they emerge, they go about duties within the hive, and those duties are from being cleaners of the cells that they just emerged from, to being nurses, feeding the other larvae and tending to the brood, and also feeding the queen and taking care of the queen. From that, they go to being builders of wax, and that's a short duration. And I think in most studies, it indicates that they only build wax for about 4 days, and then they move on to other duties within the hive and go about foraging, then part of them being guard bees, and then the rest being foragers. And so, with that in mind, and understanding that and applying it to when you're looking inside those colonies, that ought to give you an ideal to help you anticipate what's happening within the colony and some of the timeline that's involved, and help you to make management decisions that will help you increase your populations and stay ahead of that population increase by giving them the space they need, and and understanding more about the whole biology concept of the hive. Here's another slide, and it's showing you the three occupants of those hives, or that make up the colony, and the queen being the largest bee, and being the bee that lays all the eggs, the drone being there for the purpose of mating with the virgins, and then of course the worker that carries a major portion of the load within the colony. I want to show you this facial shot here that gives you an idea of how you can identify, if not by body size and structure, but by the facial shot of identifying that the difference between the female bees and the male bees. You're not always looking for the queen when you're in the hive. You're wanting to see what kind of job she's doing and what how productive she is with her egg laying and the larvae and the broods that she's building. It's not necessary to always see that queen. And here's a little slide that's showing you that most of them, from an egg through the larva up to where they pupate into an adult, is the same timeline. And after that, of course, the queen matures and emerges in 16 days. It takes 21 days for the worker and 24 for the drone. And that's a lot of that is based on the nutrition and the food source that they're fed during this timeline. You need to dive into this and do further studies, get more education in the biology of the hive. We'll go down, let you get a little understanding about the makeup of the beehives themselves. And you can see in the drawing that from the bottom to the top, you start out with a bottom board. There's the two ways you can go there: a solid bottom or a screen bottom. Screen bottom being part of the pest management system. These hive bodies were developed on the theory of bee space back in the 1850s, and still in use today throughout the hobbyist and the commercial industry throughout the United States, which this makeup here is displaying two 10-frame deep hive bodies, showing a medium super body next with a queen excluder underneath it, another super body on top, and an inner cover then covered by a top cover. And there's variations and there's alternatives to this. And as you get into beekeeping more, you might decide that you might want to try an alternative, maybe for reasons that you're not physically able to handle a 10-frame hive, or maybe it doesn't fit the type of hive management that you want to adopt. So there are different alternatives out there. 6-frame in polystyrene, or 10 frames in plastic, or 5-frame milk boxes that we call a double 5 concept, or even a Mike Palmer system that's used up north, to where it's double or 4 frames with sitting side by side on top of a 10-frame with a divider that he's using to build broods and using them as brood factories. So there's a lot of different concepts, and explore these options and look at them, and that may help you make a decision on what direction you want to go when you do begin the actual beekeeping. This is a picture of the different frame configurations. The standard frame being a for the 10 frame hive body, the half delta being for the medium supers. And then of course there's a shallow super that's strictly for honey production. And then there's a frame that would be for sections where you're making cut comb honey. So a lot of the different decisions to make and to look at, a lot of different options to look at. Along with the frames, there's an option to, do I want to go wax or do I want to go plastic? What type of plastic do I want to use? Single dip, double dip, triple dip. And a lot of that, when you get into that, then there's a different frame for the plastic than what they are for the actual traditional wax. This is just a different variation of the hive displaying that as a beginner, you may just want to start out with this and progress into your expansion boxes. It takes some planning and thinking and looking at what your expansion may be in your first years. And it's according to what concept you want to start with and actually what your plan is in beekeeping.
Mr. Young, before you get off of your hive anatomy here, we have a question. Does a beetle buster board also act as a screened bottom board?
There are screen bottom boards that will take a beetle buster tray, and then there's some that you have to add that to the bottom of the screen board. There's different concepts in that, but within the solid bottom boards, there's beetle traps that can be applied either to the bottom or inside the hive. So there's different approaches that you can take, and that'll be discussed in further education that'll come along. It'll be actually after you get the bees, what your options are in your management of pest control and how you want to approach that.
Thank you.
All right. This has to do with location. A lot of thought needs to go into the location. This is just one example. This is a backyard location showing this particular beekeeper and how the arrangement that he has, but it has to deal with some of the things that you need to think about in location. Location is an area away from traffic and human and animal traffic, full sunlight early and most of the day, good air circulation, good drainage, above flooding, source of fresh water, away from any opportunity of flooding, to sufficient working space, convenient access. But one of the most important is, what is your floral resource in the area that you're wanting to locate these colonies? Do you have adequate resources? Is it close to forage, close to trees? How close is it to fields or crops? And these are things that you need to approach and think about before you decide on the location of where you're going to keep these bees. The other thing is the number of colonies. Most of us.
Larry,
Yes,
I hate to interrupt you, but somebody in the chat has requested you to, if it's possible, if you could show the full screen of your presentation. This is similar to what Caroline was working with. I think if you go up to slideshow here and click on that, it will broaden your slide. I'm not.
I was looking there, Tammy. I didn't.
And I'm not positive that that will work. I mean, this may be a question for Shad or for Jeremy Williams, but I
Slideshows
just-
should work on that.
In the center of the screen at the top there, Larry, there is the words that say slideshow. Run underneath that search bar, and you should be able to click it, and it'll take you to the slideshow.
It's got stop sharing, and you're sharing screen on my screen.
Okay, underneath that, there is an orange, kind of an orange bar there at the top, and there's just above the picture, just above the bee hive picture. It should, there's the word slideshow.
Not on my screen.
there's a suggestion in the chat room that says if you just click on F5, that would be on your keyboard, Larry. That may help too. Okay, somebody's saying the zoom control may prevent you from seeing that, but
See, I don't even have the view screen up, so.
let's move to the next slide, Larry, because I
Okay.
think that next slide is it's broad enough that everyone can see.
All right, this is another illustration. Can everyone see that?
Yes, we can see that, Larry.
Okay. This is another illustration of location, and I wanted to display this to show that the really ingenious ways that you can create a hive stand and it be adequate in ways that you're able to work these colonies, you're able to control the vegetation and showing, displaying the stability. This happens to be at an organic farm in Frankfurt that hives that Tammy and Dorothy and myself are well acquainted with. And it's a good location. It gets good sunlight during the day. It has some partial shade in the late afternoon sun, good drainage, has a lot of good attributes about this location. But this is just an ingenious way to show, display location and what you can do. And nothing doesn't have to be real elaborate. Here's another one that's doing the same thing. This particular frame here is about 36 feet long. This happens to be one of my first ones that I built, and good drainage, a little bit of vegetation there that you see, but that's a yellow sweet clover. So that's the reason it's not weed eated down, but I still run rock under those frames, and I have good small hive beetle control with the salt that I do put down for that. And it's just showing some ingenious ideals that you might want to think about how you're going to have your hives displaced when you start your beekeeping. Then we're going to talk about PPEs or personal protection equipment. This happens to be a photo from a field day that we did on a farm in Clark County. As you can see, most everyone came with either jackets or jackets and pants or coveralls. There are a lot of different options in that. The main thing is to show that you're protected and pretty much sting free most of the time, and it allows you to put some thought into what type of personal protection equipment that you want to wear and how protected you want to be. these are items that's common items for beekeeping. And once again, this is geared toward the people that are thinking along these lines. The brush, a hive tool, smoker are very essential tools that whether it's a beginner's smoker or it's something that's a little more elaborate than that, these are necessary items. And there are others that fit into this category that as you progress, you may want to buy a pair of frame grips where you can grip the frame and remove them from the hives. There's a frame rack that you can sit on the side of the hive box that where you can put the frame when you pull it up out of the hive to look at it and to give you extra room in that colony so you can manipulate those frames and look at them and get a better understanding of what's going on in the colony. This is a different take, and what I wanted to show you here is they are options. You don't have to be fully dressed in a jacket, or you don't have to be coveralls or pants and jacket. All we had when I started out was a veil, and the important thing is that you protect your head and your eyes. You can protect the rest of the skin with thick jeans or long sleeve shirts and so forth, but the eyes are the most important part of the body that you want to protect, and it's essential that everyone wear a veil. Don't let your guard down and think, well, I'm better than this or anything, because you only have one set of eyes. So this is just to illustrate that protect yourself, and there are other options there. Of course, gloves for a beginner are essential, and I recommend that you start out wearing gloves until you're totally comfortable, and then there's other options in gloves. And within doing the queen breeding and so forth, we tend to go without gloves a lot of times, and then of course there's times when the bees make us put them back on. So but this happens to be a good glove, and when starting out, buy a good glove, buy a goat skin, something that's soft, where you have some feel, where they're flexible and where the sleeves are long, and preferably ventilated around the cuffs. So this being another option, that's a ventilated type suit. One manufacturer, there's several different manufacturers that make those, and just give your personal protection equipment a lot of thought. Now the decision comes down to which is best for me to start with, packages or nooks. Then what genetics do I want to start with? What would be best for me? So with that thought in mind, I'm going to show you some difference here. This is a robust nook that consists of 5 frames, and this is what they market today. If you buy a nook, you're starting out with something that looks like this right here. On each of those frames right there should be somewhere close to 70% full of bees. Each of those frames, with the cell structure on the frames on both sides, are about 4,000 cells. So at 70%, you're looking at close to 3,000 bees per frame. And that's just one way of looking at it. If you buy that, you already have a laying queen in there that's doubling back as these bees emerge and laying back in there. So you've got a daily rotation of population coming on in this hive. If you buy this right here, you have a mated queen that's in a cage. You have approximately 3 pounds of bees, which make it 1,000 bees to a pound is a rule of thumb. So that's 9,000 bees. And a quart can of syrup that was put in there when this package was made up. There's no guarantee that that package was made from the same colony, and most likely they was frames of bees pulled from multiple colonies and shook into this package to make up that 3 pound. But also, there's no guarantee that that's all nurse bees. That's all young bees. A portion of those will be that, but I have seen that there was a portion of them that were drones. And in my way of thinking, in my mind, it's better to pay the extra dollars for the nook to get started, because these bees are going to start with nothing except the foundation that you have on the frames when you put this package into the colony. So they're going to be behind that nook by about 24 or 25 days. All could be more than that, and still not be up to the population that nook would be within that timeline. So bang for your dollar would be, in my mind, and my recommendation would be the nook. Now, this is a frame that if you pull one of those frames out of that nook that I showed you, this would be probably what you would see. And that's a frame that's about 70% full with brood around the edges and food around the top of the frame that you're seeing there. And the other side would be in the same way. A better frame than that is what I'm showing you in the next slide. And if you move some of those bees to the side, you're going to see where the queen has laid back in those cells, and there are different stages of brood being developed. And these are nurse bees that are taking care of that brood. What we showed you in the earlier biology pictures. So that's just another picture that shows you that the nook would be the better way for you to go as a beginner. This is just a statement telling you that you're going to have to commit time, and you're going to have to commit interest in order to be successful in establishing these colonies, in sustaining these colonies. And you have to look at your lifestyle. You have to look at your work status and see if you can actually dictate a certain amount of time every week to doing what's necessary with these bees to sustain them and be successful. And we always talk about, the best way to gain this information is to find someone in an organization, association within your local area, or within striking distance of you that can help you and allow you to work with them, or someone that'll mentor you and help you along and keep you from stumbling and guide you, especially in the first year. And I find this true. I've mentored and helped in the Clark and Powell County Association and other associations and in the counties that's in close striking distance to my home. I have helped 1 year, mentored as many as 15 young beekeepers. And my way of thinking, the young beekeeper is where it's at today, getting them started, getting them successful, and for them to step up and take over, even in the leadership of these associations and in the leadership of the different programs, and passing on this art, this skill set, and this knowledge that we've been so fortunate to acquire from our older generations, from some of these, like your state APRIs, some of your county agents, some of the PhDs that's devoted their life to educating other people and holding these schools and these symposiums and seminars. So with that being said, I know I've taken up a lot of time, and I want to show you my contact information. Feel free to contact me, but I prefer that you contact me by text or email. And that way I won't miss your phone call. A lot of times I don't have the time to talk on the phone at that time. I'm in a hive somewhere, or maybe in a meeting or something, but text me or email me and I'll get back to you, and I'll be happy to answer your questions or give you some guidance. And I want to thank you for being part of this school and being here today. And this is what it is about for me, my brother, and all these people that conduct these schools, the sharing what we have to give you. So thank you very much.
Larry, thank you. This is Charles. Man, I know we're running a little late on time, but we got a few questions, I think. I'm not sure if Jan or Keith's going to take care of that, but we'll take a few of them before we move on, if that's okay with you.
That's fine, Charles.
Okay.
Basically, some of the comments were a little bit, just to clarify, the ventilated jacket or suit was preferred, the Ultra B being the best, and that the leather gloves should fit snugly, not too large, or you'll beat up your bees, making them not so friendly. Someone also recommended maybe adding a neck fan to the list of equipment that was very useful for them. And for the new beekeepers out there, NUC, N-U-C, is actually short for nucleus colony. Let's see. I've become a member of 2 local clubs this year. We'll have my first 2 hives this year. So far, no one is interested in being a mentor. I'll gladly pay someone for a mentorship. I know it's time consuming. How do I find someone that is even interested in being a mentor?
I would say go to your local association and search through those, and ask for your extension agent's help in finding someone that's kind of free with their time, and show them that you really have a true interest in being a good beekeeper, and you're willing to learn and willing to devote the time, and someone should take you up on that. And I know I work a 5 or 6 or 7 county area, and during the spring and summer months, I'm on the road a lot, and it's quite a responsibility. But if you could find someone local, it would be awesome for you to spend that, delegate that time and spend it with an experienced beekeeper.
Mr. Young, there are several here that requested your contact information. If you could put it in the chat box, I think that would help. If you don't mind. We didn't catch that last slide you had was good, and we didn't catch all that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I also had a
just
question, Larry. Could you send your PowerPoints to us, or would you rather not? We had, for some people couldn't see those very well. We could post some of the video, but if you don't want to, I understand. But
no, I'll send it to you, Charles. That's I put this together strictly for those that are really interested in people that's starting out, and I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. Share the recording and I'll send you a thumb drive, or I'll Dropbox you a file, and you're more than welcome to use any portion of it.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. And thank you. Good, great information. Tammy, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay.
Hey, Tammy, just a moment. Let me just add a little tiny bit to Larry's, if he doesn't mind.
Go ahead,
I
Dorothy.
did a whole, thank you. I did a study here years ago on the cost difference between a nuke and a package. And you have to consider how much each one of those frames cost. And then the expense for those bees to pull out the wax, and they add the honey, they add the pollen, they add the brood to it, and everything has a value. And when you put that down, those packages are really expensive to purchase, very expensive to purchase. And there are a lot of really good local breeders that sell nukes, and you just can't go wrong with a nuke, you know, from local bees. And that's my only 2 cents I wanted to put in. Did a great job, Larry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. That's something that I didn't add about the local suppliers of nukes, but getting acquainted with the association and getting acquainted with the beekeepers within those associations, it's always best that they source out from the local adapted stock that's coming from sustainable colonies, and probably colonies that's been inspected and been treated and all, you know, and managed well.
So, on that note, Larry, thanks again so much for giving us your presentation on for the beginners. These afternoon programs are geared towards beginners and or people maybe who have overwintered a hive or two. It's their first or second year. We're wanting to help those folks kind of be able to see if there are any problems, or give them some tips on getting these hives ready for the spring. So unfortunately, Neil Hunt was not able to be with us this afternoon, but Dorothy Morgan, who is I mean, there's a whole list of accolades here I could list for her too. She was the 2018 Kentucky State Beekeeper of the Year. She was the president. She is the president of the Kentucky Queen Bee Breeders Association. I know that there is a list of Nook providers that the Kentucky Queen Bee Breeders Association provides for people. You can find that list on the Bee Breeders Facebook page. And Dorothy has volunteered to speak to us today. I think she's going to address some of the queen issues that Neil was going to cover in his talk, but she is also helping folks get ready for swarm season because she is she's a part of the Chasing Feral Swarm Association that is in Eastern Kentucky. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dorothy, and I think we may have some questions in chat that we can save until Dorothy's talk is finished. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Did that come up all right?
Got it, Dorothy.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna talk just a little bit about queens today. And the queen is absolutely the heart of the hive. If you do not have a strong, fertile queen, you do not have a sustainable hive. Okay, there we go. Don't worry about the color of the bee. Your best bet, the color or the type of the bee, your best bet is a local queen from survival stock, VSH or chewing. Dr. David Tarpey stated in his last presentation that he did to our group that commercially open bred queens last about a year. And in my workings with them in the years past, I found it was 18 months, but we've even lost more time on that. And it's a whole combination of that I can't even get in today because I don't have that much time. but you still, local is the best way to go. Do buy marked queens or mark them yourself. And this is the only way to tell the age of the queen. I'm gonna do something here, just a minute. I figured out how to do this the other day, that you can actually pull that bar down. Go back to here. Okay. Your biggest thing is if the hive is loud. If you open the outer cover and they just roar, or sometimes you can walk by them and you can hear them roaring, and they're just panicking. They are panicking, like the sky is falling, we're all gonna die. And so that's a major warning sign. If your hive and your colony is really loud, making a lot of noise, and then they're just really slow to quiet back down, or they might not even quiet back down. Okay, I still am having problems with the bar. Hang on. I see. Okay, hang on a minute. Well, I think I know what it says. At this point, it's time to, well, here we go. Sorry about this. It says my keynotes froze up. Okay, hang on a minute. Get this out of the way. There we go. All right, sorry about that. It's time, at this point, there's a problem going on in your hive, and the only way you're going to do anything is you need to pull out some frames. And by simply pulling out a few frames, you can see what's going on in the hive, whether it's going to thrive or whether it's not going to. And you also got to see if she's laying. You have to see if the colony has enough brood and resources. So when you're pulling out the frame, you're not just looking for that queen, you're looking to see what's on those frames. So we're going to take a closer look in the hive. And if you're looking for the queen, or these are good tools to have, especially if a queen clip on the bottom is really inexpensive. If you're going to buy one of these multiple use tools, the biggest thing to realize, if you wear gloves, to pick up a queen with the big leather gloves is pretty much a sure shot that you're going to kill her. So if you're going to remove her off of that, the queen clip works really, really well. This is kind of, the top one is kind of a fancy, pick up the queen, you have to center it over, pick it up, and then you push the little thing, you open it up so there's a hole at the top, you put it over, and then you push to close it after you got her on that, but making sure that you don't cut her head off. I know somebody that did that. That'd be me. But anyway, those are tools you're gonna need along with your rest of your tools. So we're gonna be looking inside the hive. So using your hive tool, press all the frames away from the wall that you're standing nearest to. Then pull the closest frame back to you, leaving space between the wall and the other frames, and very slowly lift out that frame, keeping it straight, keeping it from tilting, because you can, as you pull it up, you can drag and roll your queen or damage your queen. It's really good when you're doing this to have the sun at your back, or use a really nice LED flashlight. Now, when I'm going through a hive, I really like to have an extra brood box. And then sometimes I have to have 2 extra brood boxes because there's different sizes boxes on my hives. So I use the outer cover turned upside down as a bottom board for the extra box. I don't like hanging the frames off the side of the hive. There's a lot of these little metal frames that hang off, and then if you miss the queen, she can drop on the ground. This way you set that box close to you. As you're looking at it, you're holding the frames over the box, and then you put it into that extra box in the exact order that you got it out of. Once the extra box is filled, pop off that original box that is empty, and however many you've got to go down, and you put that on top, and then the next frames that come out, you put in top of it in the same exact order. Here's kind of a little diagram of what I'm talking about. The one on the left, we've already gone through with on the entire hive and put them on the outer board, and leaving the bottom board, you can see still has the last brood box, and we'll say it's a medium. So that box is now empty. And now you've looked through everything. Just set that box aside, and then you can reassemble it back in the same order. And you don't have to worry about stepping on your queen, dropping the queen off, and picking up a whole box and setting it off. But of course you do have to put it back on. But I love this way. And then if you're looking for your queen and you find her, you can carefully put her back in that box and set it down, and you're not going to have to worry about hurting that queen. Can you see that queen out there? If you look right in the middle of the frame and a little bit to your left, you'll see her. If she's marked, it's a much faster task.
Dorothy, I think we may be missing a slide. I'm not, there it is. Okay.
Oh, I just went too fast. I'll slow down. Okay, so you see the unmarked queen in the middle, and especially the darker they are, the harder they are to see, and they'll blend right in. And so marking a queen makes it easier to find her. And it also gives you a timeline if she's alive, how old, if she's been superseded or replaced. You'll know if it doesn't matter what the color was, if she was marked at one time and now your queen is not marked, there is a very high chance that she's been replaced. There is a slight chance if they're chewers, they may have chewed the color off. So even if you find her right away, you still need to see how she's doing in the hive and how the rest of the nurse bees are doing. Now, the age of the eggs and the larvae and the brood all tell a story. So you pull it up, you don't see her, but you see these eggs. Well, she's been in there a little bit. Do you need to look further? Well, it's pretty good idea to go ahead and at least to look to see how she's laying. So yeah, you need to look a little further. And on day one, when that queen lays that egg, she'll lay it right into the bottom of the cell and it will stick straight up. On day 2 and 3, it's still an egg, but it'll actually start to lean. And more on day 3, it's almost just leaning all the way down. So that kind of, that's more of an expert way to look at them. But day 3 and 1/2, it lays down and becomes a larvae. And here's a quick little video of it becoming a larvae. The outside membrane actually absorbs into it, and boom, it's a larvae. Do that one more time. And these eggs are difficult to see. I like the black foundation. If you're going to buy plastic, I suggest you buy black, because with a white or tan foundation, you will not see the eggs, or it'll be really difficult to see. Okay, so you see eggs. You now know she was there no more than 3 days ago. So as you look further, you're going to check to see if there's enough honey, nectar, pollen, and brood. So you're just kind of sizing up the hive as you go. As you go through the hive, once you've seen that there's ample bees, ample everything, you can go ahead and put it back together. But say this hive is failing. You're finding queen cells, you're finding different things. So you're pulling up frames and they're looking like this. There's a lack of brood. You're not finding any eggs. And or you're finding these little bumps all over the place that look like popcorn. And you've got a drone layer coming on here, and that's not going to work. You got a lack of bees. That's a failing hive. So you've got to make the judgment to replace or not to replace the queen by adding frames of nectar and pollen, feeding the hive, and adding nurse bees or breaking down the hive. Somebody's got their mic on. It's pretty loud on this end. Okay.
Yeah, we're hearing it too, Dorothy. We're going to try to mute that.
Okay, thanks. It's pretty loud on my end.
And Dorothy, if you could go back one slide and just slow down, not that slide, but the one where it's clear that the queen has become a drone layer.
Probably this one.
That's
This
right.
one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go through this frame again, because there was a little bit of a mismatch between your narrative and the slides. So what
okay.
do beginners need to see here? What are the red flags here?
Yeah, let's look at the red flags. The red flag is all the little popcorn looking stuff. And of course, you've got these little holes on top of it that they're kind of chewing, whether they're chewing them out or whatever. But it's a multiple thing. The queen has either she's ran out of eggs, because when they go out and get bred, they come back and when they run out of eggs, or when they run out of sperm, and they will only make drones at that point. Okay. If your judgment call is that the colony is able to be saved, but has no queen or has a failing queen. If you've got a failing queen and you choose that you want to go ahead and remove her, or if you have no queen, you can always add a frame which has plenty of eggs. And you've got to make sure before that colony has resources, that it has nectar, it has honey, it has pollen. I have seen, but it takes to feed one larvae is 1,300 times a day. So they have to have the nurse bees, and they have to have the nectar and pollen to raise those larvae. But if you decide that hive is salvageable, you can add a frame with plenty of eggs, and that will calm them down, and they will do their best to build a queen. And do this whether you're ordering a queen, or you're going to just go ahead and let them build a queen. It really calms the hive down to have them think that their hive isn't going to collapse. But make sure that colony has enough resources. I did that. Okay, now if you're seeing this, you have a laying worker. And workers will generally start laying.
Dorothy, we're not caught up with you. The slide is not.
Wow.
There we go. Yeah.
Thank you, Tammy. Yeah, okay. Workers will generally start laying 23 to 30 days after queen loss. And unlike normal queens, will lay multiple eggs per cell. Just they lay them all over the place. A freshly bred queen sometimes will lay a few eggs here and there, and normally they'll work that out. So if you've got a new queen that you put in there, and it won't look quite this bad, but they're not exactly where they're supposed to be, that's not uncommon. But really, when you're seeing every frame like this with eggs all over, a lot of cells like this with eggs all over it, there's a problem there. Laying worker colonies generally do not accept new queens, and become more aggressive between laying workers is common. Since workers do not mate, these colonies only produce drone brood and will eventually collapse. And it is difficult to requeen, and the chances that they will not accept a queen is very high. And I'm not going to go into, I suggest that you don't. Oh, come on. There we go. Requeen this. Beware, laying worker colonies may form queen cells around drone larvae, which you saw on a few frames back, and it still won't produce a new queen. Once laying workers are established, no fertilized queen eggs are laid, and therefore no queens are produced. Those eggs have to be fertilized to produce a queen. If you're not seeing this, it is as simple as taking a frame from another hive and getting them to make their own queen, or get yourself a bred queen. So if you see this, you can take the colony. This is what I do. I can't chance trying to put a newspaper between something like this. My bees are expensive. And of course, if you're only running a couple hives, you know, and you try to integrate this into another hive, even if it's super strong, you still have a chance of making a problem with that hive. So what I do is I take this colony far away and shake off all the bees off all the frames. And you can go back and you can interchange those frames with frames that have brood and eggs and other resources, and those bees will clean that up. And you can do that and make another nuke, and then go ahead and either buy a queen for that, or you can have them lay their own. But you'll have to exchange those frames out with something, with other frames to get that. And if you've got more frames, your best bet is just to freeze them in the freezer, and that'll kill all those eggs. And you can use those frames as you need them, and just as you need them, you'll put them in there and they will clean them up. But of course, make them room temperature. Don't just pull them out of the freezer. Let's say you have no queen and they have not begun laying workers. You may add a frame which has lots of eggs for them to make their own queen, or if you need to requeen a failing queen, remove the failing queen. And if needed, you should add a frame to that hive to help them until the new queen arrives. Order a marked queen. This is a little thing that I have found in the spring. If you are grafting, or if you've removed a queen from a hive and it's swarm season, that hive emits a pheromone, I'm sure, that tells the rest of the bees and that other queens can smell that that hive is queenless. And when a hive swarms, they produce a bunch of queens, especially if the weather has been bad, and they will hold those queen cells where they actually go in and recap the cell, and they won't let those queens loose. They'll guard that cell, they'll feed her, they recap it, and until it's a nice warm day that hive can swarm, then they will start to swarm, and the queens start to chew out the cells, and all of a sudden you've got, 20 queens running around a hive, and some are fighting and some are just going with the swarm. But those virgins will be flying around, and they will smell your hive that you've either just put grafts into or you made queenless, and they'll go right into that and make themselves at home, and they will destroy your grafts, and they will destroy your new queen you're trying to put in. And those are called rogue queens. And sometimes it works out real well, but most of the time it does not. And you can take one of those $3, $4 plastic queen excluders, tape them over the front, tack them or screw them, and that really will save a tremendous amount of heartache for a $4 investment. And you'll get a lot of entrance excluders out of one queen excluder. Okay, let's say your queen has arrived that you've ordered. And I always give them a drop of water and a little bit of honey, a very small amount of honey or water. You do not want to get that queen wet or sticky. I like to lay them on the side. I don't rub honey or water across the whole screen. I just put a little bit on the edge there. And I will do that daily until I put her in. But your best bet, and anybody's best bet, is that have it set together when you are expecting the queen, that you've already made that queen that hive queenless. Now when I'm storing them, I store them on their sides. I don't put it on the back and then put the honey or water on top and let it drain down on her. You just don't want to stress them. Stress kills queens like you can't believe. And you need to put her somewhere warm, dark, without drafts until you have prepared the hive. And I'm sure most of you don't have an incubator, but my bathroom works pretty good. Before you introduce her to the hive, you've got to make sure that the candy in is either taped or capped. And a lot of times you'll get those queen cages that they haven't capped them or they haven't taped them. So if you're rescuing the colony and the only eggs were the ones that you put in on the frame, it's easy and you can mark that frame ahead of time, is to go back, pull that frame out, and you have to absolutely remove every cell, every cap, and you have to dig out the larvae. If you're requeening a queen right hive, you need to have removed the queen 3 days before the new queen is put in. And you will need to inspect every frame in that queen right colony. You will need to remove all the queen cells, caps, larvae that they have built. And I say that a couple times and probably not enough. And I'm kind of like Kent Williams. Nobody is here to tell me not to do stuff. So I do stuff. This is off of a grafting that I had. And I didn't really like the amount of royal jelly that was in that one cup, but I ended up pulling it off of a couple of them. And to see if they would rebuild that. Now these larvae have only been in there 2 days. So now if you pulled off the caps off, the wax off those queen cells, and you've left them, the larvae in there, this is what happens. They just go back and they replace the wax and repair it. They got to have that queen. You have to take their choices away, and you have to, when you're pulling those queen cells off, you have to dig down and pull out that larvae or destroy it. You know, and this is probably one of the main causes of queens not being accepted, is that that person did not remove the larva out of the queen cells that they thought they pulled out. The colony will always choose their own over any queen you put in their hive. They do not care how much you paid for her. Remember, any queen that they did not raise themselves is an alien bee. Introduction must be done slow, quiet, and without stress. If you make her run after she's out of the cage, you know, she will be tagged as an intruder, and they will bawl and they will kill her. Just don't make her run. When first introducing a new caged queen, lay the queen cage on top of the frames. Pay close attention to the bees. Are they aggressive? Are they hanging on to the screen and biting it? Are they bending their backs and attempting to sting her? And you say that hive's been queenless for 3 days, and did you have a queen excluder on that? Maybe not. Chances are, if they're doing that, they've got a live queen in there, and they are not wanting this one. So if this happens, you need to pick that queen up, brush them off so they don't sting her and get a hold of her. And then you need to go through that hive really well. And you might have to end up brushing all the bees off of every frame, because the chances are extremely high when they ball a cage like that, that there is a queen in there. So let's look at the end of this. Is a typical queen cage that you get in the mail, or someone, if you go purchase from somebody. And on the cork side that you will remove, the cork is put in kind of at an angle. And then there's another cork, if you flip it on the other side, which is a solid cork. That's where they put where they've just plugged it. And if you pull that one that's just solid in there, you're going to just have bees, and you're going to have a problem. Now, if you're requeening a strong hive, or using a different breed of bee, or an inseminated bee, leave them without a queen for at least 3 to 4 days. When placing your new queen in the hive, keep that cork in place for another 3 to 5 days. And what I like to do before I even remove that cork is I'll go back and I will make sure there's no queen cells being built. And I will remove anything that looks like a cap or anything, and make sure there's no egg in there and that there's no larvae. Because a hostile hive will ball the queen. And it's nice if they'll get on that to smell her and check her out. And I like to just take my finger and slightly brush them off. And if they're just checking her out, they'll just move out of the way. But if they're trying to kill her, they will be on that like Velcro. if bees are overly aggressive, again, like I said, remove your new queen and check for an old queen. Oh, I kind of talked about that already, so we'll scoot past that. I tend to get ahead of myself. That's a picture of a queen being bald, and what they're doing there is they're trying to overheat her.
Dorothy, let us catch up with you because we're not there yet.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. Thank you, Tammy. Queen placement and screen placement is absolutely crucial. You've done all this work and now you're ready to put that queen in there. And you could have ordered these queens from a dry climate like Texas or, New Mexico, or, a drier part of Kentucky than I live in. And the candy is a crucial thing. A total mistake is, like you can see in this top left picture, is that the candy is on top. And it is very possible that with the humidity that we have here, that candy will get soft. And if it gets on her, it stresses her out and she will die. I have found a couple queens stuck in candy that with a one leg and she's dead. So I always, when I'm putting candy, I either lay it on the side or I place the candy down. The other thing is those nurse bees and the workers, they have to be able to touch that queen, smell her. So how you place that screen against the frames is you don't want to do that. Like you see where I'm got an area over here. Putting one of the JCBCs with a toothpick on top is good, but make sure that there's some space there that those bees can get in there and see her. And what's happening on the bottom right is excellent. And this is one that I got, I don't know where I got this, but this was not what not to do. This was a picture on how to put queens cages in there. And you can really see that this is just gonna end badly for this poor queen. The screen is, he's putting it down in there. I don't know if he's got, I think he's got the honey up on top too. But the big problem here is that screen. He's going to push that down in there. And then when he pushes the frames together to hold it, what's going to happen is that queen now, the only time they're going to get to see or smell that queen is when they remove all that candy. And it's going to be an ugly scene and they will kill that queen. So cage placement is a total must. So here's a couple other pictures. Again, if you're going to hang it off of like a JCBZ, make sure there's enough room in between. The same thing with the press end, make sure there's enough room. Perfect for a shim on that one. And this bottom page is that should be flipped over, because especially if you've got like a plastic outer cover, they condensate. And it's just a good idea to have it upside down over the brood nest, and the bees will take care of her. But the chances are, if that candy gets wet, it will get soft and she'll walk in it, and that's the end of that queen. So again, I'm just gonna make this thing, where's the screen when you put that cage in? And where's the candy? So the screen should be that those nurse bees can talk to her and touch her and feel her, and the candy side should be down. And if you're doing a larger hive, they can completely eat that candy out of that cage in a day. So make sure that they're accepting that queen and that everything's calm before you remove that cork or tape. And when you're pulling her off to do that, you put it right back in the same spot that you removed her from. Okay, now she's in there. Now, whether the cell, well, there's a cell or a live queen, and we didn't talk about cells, but just say live queen. Do not bother that hive. Don't bump the hive. Don't pull up the outer cover and the inner cover to see how she's doing. If you're queening with a live queen, hopefully a live queen, leave the hive alone for at least 5 to 7 days before checking to see if she's out. And this is more for beginner intermediate. And this is the 5 to 7 days is after you've removed the cork. So you check the cage and she's out now. At this time, don't look for her. I had sold some many queens to someone down in the Nancy area, and he kept having queen failure. And I had him explain to me what he was doing. Well, every time he requeened and she was out, he would immediately start to look to see if she was laying. And so he caused his queens to be killed. So again, she's out of the cage. You know, you can check for eggs or larvae in another 10 days, because it is what it is. She's either going to make it or she's not. There's nothing you can do at this point. But whatever, be slow and gentle. Don't stress her or make her run. If the candy is gone and she's still in the cage, remove the cage, plug in the hole where the candy was, and look for another queen in the hive. This has happened to me in the last 6 years twice with a very expensive breeder queen that those girls remained in the hive, and I thought that was, you know, she'd been there a long time, so I took her out and they immediately stung her and killed her. And I didn't learn so well. I did it again. So if she's still in that cage after a length of time, there is a reason for that. Remember, until she's laying and they're happy with her, she's an intruder. And they'll kill her if she runs. They tag her and they put the scent on her, and then the rest of them basically kill her. So let's not make her run. Now I have this great video of how to pick up and mark a queen. And this is Dr. Tammy Potter Horn. And I haven't edited this, but it is still a pretty good video.
Okay, so with a queen, it's easier to catch her when she's inspecting a cell. And so she has her head and her thorax inside the cell, and that lifts her wings up a little bit so that you can pick her up by her wings. So we'll give her a second here. And if she doesn't find a cell she likes, then I'll just pick her up by her wings. A good way to practice picking a queen up by her wings is to practice on drones. And I don't mean just 3 or 4 drones. I mean like 40 or 50. Okay, so she's not finding a cell, and I'm going to go ahead and let her get turned around here. And I'm just picking her up by her wings. And then you want to paint the thorax. This is 2020. And then the universal color code this year is blue. And the hardest part of marking a queen, in my opinion, is letting it dry before you put her back in with her daughters. Because if that paint is wet, then her daughters will kill her immediately. So you just kind of want to just chill, or just wait for a minute. Not chill as in lower your body temperature, but just wait and be patient. Take your pinky, lightly touch that thorax. If there's no blue dot on your pinky, wait another minute. In other words, you do not want to rush this. If you know, there are other tasks you can rush, but this is one where it pays to be patient. And what I have learned from being a superintendent at the Kentucky State Fair and pulling the observation hive together every day is that white is much easier for people to see. And so if you're not a queen breeder who is trying to keep track of your stock, then you may want to mark your queens white because they're so much easier to see. And that's really, for a beginner, that's the key, is just getting accustomed to finding a queen. So don't feel like you have to mark them according to the universal color code. If you're just beginning to learn these basic skills, use white if that helps you become a better beekeeper. Okay, I'm gonna use my pinky again. I don't see a blue dot, so I'm gonna put her back. And I'm not gonna put her back on the frame I found her, which was up against the wall, because I may squish her accidentally. So I'm just gonna put her back down here among her daughters. And then I'll start putting the hive back together.
Thank you, Tammy. And again, if she runs across the top of the frames, the chances are that they'll tag her and they'll kill her. And that's the end of my presentation, but I did want to just say something about, and I threw this in while Larry was doing his presentation. And this is reversing boxes. So normally in the early spring, your colony is in a nice ball up at the top. You first rotation, you rotate to have all the sealed brood in the open larvae down into the bottom box. And that sometimes can be just as simply as switching them around. Now, if you've got a problem like this, where it's the brood pattern is in both boxes, I simply just add another box on top. I would not separate. I mean, if it's gigantic like that, you might be able to, but most of the time in the spring, they're not gigantic, but you'll still find a cluster of brood in the center. And at that point, do not separate that brood, just add another box to it. And that ends my presentation. Any questions?
Dorothy, that was a great presentation. I wonder if you could, in the chat box, put your contact information. So if people would like to attend the Queen and Drone workshops or become a member of the Kentucky Queen Bee Breeders Association, they can get in touch with you. And also too, like if they're looking to buy local nooks and queens and things like that, then they can have access to the information that the Kentucky Queen Bee Breeders Association has.
Okay, that sounds great.
And any information that you can share with us about the Chasing Feral Swarm, if you could maybe put that, and then
I can do that pretty quick, I think. I mean, that's
in
this
the
one I
chat.
wanted to take. Oh, do you want to skip that whole presentation, or do you want to go on with it or not?
I
know
think
it's
so.
late.
I think we had scheduled this particular workshop or school to end around 2:30-ish.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
But
I do want to say, yeah, that's fine. I do want to say to everyone that I have a really, really good presentation about managing your hive and your queens. And it's about an hour and a half. So if you would like me to do, I'm not traveling, and I probably won't travel this year, but I would be happy to do a Zoom for any club that would like me to do something on hive management, which is really A to Z on managing your hive and your queen. And a lot of this stuff is in that, but I really thinned it down. So, all right.
And then Dale put in the chat room that there are options. If you are in the Oldham, Bullitt County, Spencer County area, they are holding, it sounds to me as if they are in-person beekeeping workshops. And I think you can get that information on Facebook as well. But that's Bullitt, Oldham, Spencer County, and those will be February the 12th, the 19th, and the 20th and the 26th. Little shaky on those details because those are coming to me through the chat box, and but I just wanted to put that on people's radar screens. And Charles, I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you. Again, I want to apologize to everybody for that interruption, especially you, Dorothy. We don't know really what happened. It's something bled over from a phone call, but before we post this online.
That was fine.
No, that was bad, but that stuff like that happens. That's a problem with doing it this way, but we'll get that edited out before we post that online anywhere. We hope we can do that anyway, but the evaluation is back up into the chat box. You can click on that even when we leave this meeting. If you open it up, you can go ahead and complete it. I think right now, currently, we only had 9 people that had filled that out. So it'd be real helpful if you all would do that, especially going next year. We're hoping we can do this in person. These work okay. We've had some really, really great speakers, really good information, and you know, this was our only option, obviously, do it this year. So hopefully next year it'll be a little better. And thank all the speakers again, all the agents, everybody that's helped with this. I appreciate you all so much. And I hope the weather stays away from you guys that they're forecasting coming in this weekend, and Kentucky's winning. I've got to go check my house. But anyway, thank everybody. Finish, do evaluation. Hopefully see you in person next year.
We'll,
Thanks for all the work you guys did putting it together.
Charlie, we'll hold this open, this Zoom open for a few minutes to let everybody grab the evaluation.
Jeremy, do you see somebody can't open the evaluation page in the chat room?
I didn't see anything of that. Everybody should be able to click the link and it should bring it up into a browser.
Patricia Beal is having difficulty. Patrice.
It should open right up into the into a browser. The recording will probably be placed on the Perry County Extension site webpage. We'll put that up one more time to make sure everybody gets that.